on what student-led initiatives and projects are, how we can champion it in our school. For some of us, we have already started. So we could also get insights on how we can continue to leverage on what we have. If you're a school owner here, you also come to appreciate different institutional practices and other things you can tap into to see that your school is up to standard and we can say that your school is a sustainable school. Okay. And if you're also a parent here, you're welcome, because this is also for you. In one of the videos, you come to appreciate that a parent was one who led the child to making the effort she's making in her environment. So if you're a parent, if you're a school owner, if you're an authority, maybe in the ministry, anything that has to do with education, or you're a caregiver, whichever one, you're not wrong to be here. So thank you for joining. I'd like to start this conversation with a short story of mine. Not until last year, yes, I've been thinking, what can I do differently in my class? In fact, it's always a yearly culture for me to ask myself, what can I do differently to improve what I do in the classroom? And it was at the point of meditation that, I don't know, but God just led my principal and my niece the same time to share a link for me, and it had to do with the global school program. So I tapped into that, applied, and out of 3,600 applicants or thereabouts in the world, I happened to be chosen. I passed through the process. And in fact, this August made it 1 year after our induction process. And I'm so happy to say that I received my certificate earlier this year, having completed the 6 months training and making impact in my school community. But that is not just all, because I also signed in to be an alumni and to continue with the journey towards promoting SDG 4. Okay, so it's been mind-blowing, but you can imagine I've been in the classroom for the past 7 years, but in that 7 years, I know I've been hearing about SDGs, but it didn't really click until I joined this global school program. And that opened my mind, and it changed a lot of things for me, but I made sure that it didn't stop with me. I have transferred it to my school as a school leader. I was able to have school campaigns and sessions. And it was in one of that sessions that we broke up into different departments. And in the departments, each department had to come up with a strategic plan. We had to design our projects to be projects that are SDG driven. Your projects that you're coming up with for your students have to solve a problem. It has to meet a need. It has to be in line with the curriculum. And of course, it has to be in line with the SDG. But aside what we have even done this year, we're taking it a step further towards sustainability, which in the course of this conversation, we'll see what I'm talking about. We have also tried to have interdisciplinary relationships, cross-curricular. So we're no longer doing subject-based projects, but interdisciplinary subjects. So subjects like those in math, those in science, those in humanities, those in arts, will team together to give a project where students think of sustainable projects, think of needs in the site, in their immediate environment, and get engaged in that. Now, in one of those sessions, there was actually a project that happened, and that project left each one of us in the school community in awe of what is happening around us. So the arts department, led by the head of department and her teachers, had to pick a school in the rural area in Enugu State. And in that school is a girls' school, because our school, Roseview Secondary School, is also a girls' school. And we went there. I had to join them. We went there, and they had to carry out a community program, a community engagement program, where they taught the girls, first they sensitized them, and then we had different sessions on how to incorporate ICT in their learning. I mean, we used students, the people who were involved. Yes, teachers planned it, but the students took charge of the project. So students were offering a subject, and some others who were interested collaborated. So they took their peers on how to use ICT for, let's say, JAM, WAEC, making researches. They also taught them that particular day how to make chin chin, puff puff. I think there was something else. And at the end of the day, one of the kids reached out to us telling us that she was able to, make sales. So now she can make sales and support her schooling. We also made soap. Some of them learned how to do that day. And I mean, it went a long way to the girls who were part of this project. They were so happy. They even exchanged contacts. They want to keep up with the conversations. And now they have become peer mentors. Now, that is the aspect of, or the importance or the benefit of student-led projects and initiatives. This started by a single idea, okay? And we can see how it has also gone far. This is just one out of many that we were able to achieve. So I'm really excited. You can see why I'm excited. So when we talk about sustainability, it wouldn't be nice to just jump into my topic without maybe throwing more light or a little light on the theme for this year. And when we talk about sustainability, it covers three aspects. It looks at the environment, it looks at the social aspect, it looks at the economic aspect. And it is a practice of meeting our current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. Very, very important. How are we going to raise learners who are not just thinking for themselves, but they are thinking, okay, let's say things are not working well now. How can I make it better for the next person? They are thinking for the next person, okay? Myself, yes, I'm not yet married now, but I'm thinking for my kids, and that's why I'm doing this, okay? I'm trying to make education better for the next generation. So they themselves, having raised them, they're also thinking for the next generation. What can we do? How can we address the global challenges that face our immediate environment, being globally aware? Now, if you look beside, you'll be seeing the 17 sustainable goals. These goals were planned by the United Nations to see that there is peace, there's collaboration between the planet and her immediate environment. And when we talk about sustainability in education, when you also talk about student-led projects or initiatives, you would always have students work in line with some of these SDGs. Now, this sustainability in education would refer to the integration of sustainable practices, values, and principles into the educational system to promote long-term environmental, social, and economic well-being. It involves preparing students to understand and address the complex challenges of sustainability, such as climate change, resource depletion, social inequality, and economic instability. So the question we should be asking ourselves as, let's say, educators in Nigeria, is our curriculum tailored towards this? Do we have, are we raising students using our curriculum to think in this direction? Or are we just raising them to pass a subject, or let's say they are learning a topic, pollution, for instance. What is pollution? Define pollution. What are the causes? What are the effects? They're just learning it to pass exam. No, we have gone beyond that. When you're talking about sustainability in education, you are looking at teaching knowledge, equipping them with the skills, the right attitude, knowing that learning has only occurred when there is change in behavior. You're also teaching them the skills. So in carrying out some of these projects, they are going to pick up skills that will help them in their life much later. So sustainability in education ultimately aims to empower students. We must pay attention to the words that have been highlighted. Empowerment. Students empowered, they are empowered to contribute to a sustainable future. And what is this sustainability? It's the ability to sustain, right? So by equipping them with the knowledge, skills, and values necessary to address global challenges, because they're not living in an island, they must be able to identify that where they are, there are issues that are happening. For instance, there are countries that are in war, and that is also affecting us in one way or the other. In Nigeria, you could think of the insurgencies that is happening in the country. And in one way or the other, let's say we're looking forward to getting tomatoes from the north or things like that, but we may not have it, or it's at the high cost. Why? Because there is insecurity. So how can we live in peace? Because these people who are also causing this harm were raised by teachers. Imagine that their teachers had trained them to, rather than putting their time towards ills, cultivate their time towards thinking on doing good. Okay, so thinking of curbing global challenges. If they put in such efforts they are putting into the bad things that are coming up, if they put it into good, you see that the society will be much more better. And at the end of the day, when we achieve this sustainability in education, these students are made to make positive impact on their communities and the planet. Okay, so sorry, I'm trying to move my slide. Now, when we talk about the student-led sustainability project, I would like us to quickly see this video. And with that, we can continue our conversation. Let me know if you can see it. Please, can you hear it?
Yes, we can hear it.
Okay. Is it playing? Because on my second phone, I don't think it's playing.
No, it's not playing.
All right, let me stop sharing and then quickly do that. Okay. All right. Can we hear it? Yes, we can hear it. All right, all right.
I have never met someone that's quite like you.
Waste isn't cool. No one wants to break a nail. No one wants to get their hands dirty. And my friends kind of went, yeah, you need to do this, you're passionate about this. And so that started this snowball. It's turned into an avalanche now. My name's Michaela Fogarty. I prefer to be called Mickey because I find Michaela is far too formal. When I was in year 7, my dad sat me down and went, you need to watch this movie. I was 13 when I first watched The Inconvenient Truth. It made me realise that everything we do has impact. Everything that we do makes a difference in a good or a bad way, and I wanted to start making a difference in a good way. Ali and I were kind of the first ones to jump in and go, no, this is an issue, it needs to be fixed and we're going to jump in feet first. This is our indoor bin system throughout the school. So we have our waste bin, our paper bin and our recycling bin. Each one of these bins is placed at the end of each corridor. Well, initially people were really against it. They were really set against it. With some education that Mickey and I have done, it's all turned around. Everyone's really enthusiastic about it. The garden was started in 2010 and it was about trying to self-sustain the school. It was built on an old basketball court. Because of the fact the concrete was cracking, it wasn't used at all. Everything here is seasonal, so we'll plant the seeds and we will harvest them when they're ready. They'll then go over to the canteen, and the wonderful hospitality students incorporate it into the menu and nothing is wasted. The sustainability class will bring the bucket out here in which it'll be composted in our compost heap. If the food is all edible, we'll give it to the chickens and the chooks are then very happy. There's so many little things that we still need to knock out with this project. The biggest complaint we've got with our bin system is the fact that this paper bin is too thin comparatively to the recycling bin. And that's because when people scrunch up their paper, it's really hard to shove it through the thin slot.
So we've got the issues with the bin. Our next step to ironing out these is to try and get less waste actually coming into the school.
If we don't change this idea of what is normal, then it's not going to end well, especially for the planet. the small changes are what matter. And if I give up on those small changes, it's going to be like Al Gore knocking on my door.
You make me feel so alive.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm trying to get my screen back again. So I don't know, but for some of us who have watched this, is this new to us? Have we experienced as students or maybe had in conversations where something like this have taken place in our immediate environment? You could talk or you could type in.
No, it's not new to me. It's
Okay.
yeah, it's what we work on and also infuse in our curriculum on, how to separate waste. We've taught our kids the 3 R's: recycle, reduce, and reuse. And yeah, we do models every time in school about separating waste.
Thank you very much for that contribution, Oyebola. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I know that for some of us, I believe there are some educators who may maybe listen to this much later, and this is their first time seeing this. Okay, so, but I really want us to understand that it's not a big deal. It's something we can do. And you can see in that video, the teachers are not at the forefront. But then there was something that inspired it. As much as for this particular child, it wasn't the educator. If you remember in the video, she said the father. So that is why I also said this session is not just for educators or for schools. Yes, we parents should be able to see that our kids take up noble ideals. What legacy are they going to leave behind? These are things we should train our kids to acquire. Okay, so in the course of that project, you would also see that, yes, the father had inspired it, but who is benefiting? The school, right? But more than that, she also got her peers to be part of it. So she's not just making impact just for herself. She's building a society or getting other young teens to be part of what she's doing. They are equipping themselves with skills. Just think about these kids in the next 5 to 10 years when they leave school. Would they ever be hungry? No, they won't. And that is what sustainability in education is all about. Okay, so student-led sustainability projects and initiatives are activities where students take the lead in planning, organizing and implementing projects that focus on promoting environmental, social, and economic sustainability. This project empowers the students to address the real-world challenges related to sustainability, encouraging them to apply their knowledge creatively and collaboratively to make a positive impact on their communities and in the planet. The role of the teacher here is that of a facilitator. You are just the guide, okay? You would support the students. It is not you to be at the forefront. The students will take charge of their learning. They'll pick those things that you have already set the tone for in the classroom. And then with that, they will make impact. So overview of these sustainability initiatives are: 1, environmental conservation. And this has to do with implementing practices to reduce carbon footprint and protect natural resources. And we also have social responsibility, promoting fair labor practices, diversity, and community engagement for sustainable future. Now, one would ask, what is the importance of these student-led projects? Why should we even delve into it? Why should it be something that we should champion? I would also say that it was in the course of this, my journey in the global school, that I really realized that every topic that you teach in the classroom is one that you can link to something, right? I also forgot to mention that for these sustainability in education, when you talk about it, we have some different aspects of it, which includes 1, the curriculum integration. That has to do with getting the curriculum to be project-based. it has to incorporate experiential learning. For instance, in Enugu State now, they are the forefront of smart school experiential learning. I was privileged to be part of it through the Ministry of Education, and they are going to build 260 smart schools. One of them is already set. And I mean, in part of that, one of the trainings we had, the commissioner was very key in having the learners have a suitcase that they would envision at the end of their learning process. So you're coming to an English class. What is your expected end? So they have like a suitcase, and inside that suitcase, there's a representation of what they are looking forward to. So let's say you want to be an environmental expert. Okay, you want to be an advocate. That means you probably have to write, maybe read and write things like that. And that would be a way you can make impact in your community, right? I remember having my students sometime participate in one yearly essay competition by Barack Obama, and she came up, I think she was second. Yeah, she came up as the second for that competition. But believe me that these people went out to carry out sanitation exercises in the state that happened at different parts of the state. And they were educating the young ones, the students who are not in school, on the needs to keep the environment clean, actions they can take to help their environment become better. So if not just the school now, the ministry will come up to integrate in the curriculum this sense of student-led projects and initiatives. They can come on to impute that. It will go a long way to help. Also knowing that the 21st century learners, the Gen Zs, have short attention span. So they would always appreciate and enjoy hands-on learning activities. We also have one of the aspects of this sustainability education would be cross-curricular. Is a holistic learning. It has to be that all aspects of education comes into play. Now, this will help students who may not like math. They will see that, okay, English can also be linked to this, and they are beginning to appreciate it. Okay, arts can be linked with, now we have STEAM. Okay, so arts can be linked, and all these interdisciplinary relationships, it also helps to boost their interest, and they can take on projects looking at their various talents, and that can also happen. We also have that one of the aspects of this sustainability in education would be that the students are open to lifelong learning. It doesn't just stop at carrying out one particular project. Remember, I said sustainability is the ability to sustain. So it's not just a one-off thing. You have to look at it. How can we continue to do it? Also get people to share in our ideas and our vision and continue to improve on what we have already put in place. Okay, so now what are the importance of these student-led projects? One of them is that it fosters creativity and skill development. You can imagine when they will have to come up, okay, even identifying a problem in their immediate environment. I know a student who came up to me in the previous term, although I hadn't shared it with my school management, but she was telling me that, Miss Mel, I would like to plant trees in my school. Yes, we're still in our temporary site as at them, but I believe this school year is going to come into place. But this is a child who has taken it upon herself to think, how can I make the environment warmer? How can I help support nature in my environment? Okay, so imagine others thinking in that direction. Okay, as she said, I'm going to plant different trees, 1 tree for each girl in my class. And then for the management team, I was, in fact, it blew my mind. I was very happy, and I would go all out to support it. And she even said that she has the funds to support it. From one of the essays she won, she's going to use the money to buy those trees and plant it. So that's what we're talking about, okay? So you also build skill, help the students to acquire skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, communication, teamwork, project management. Think of the world that is happening now. It's lack of collaboration. So how can we as educators even come up to bring in peace education when we're teaching? By that, we are teaching them that everything that lives in the environment needs to harmonize. We need to live in harmony, okay, and leave it better for the next person who is going to use it. So when students take up this project, it helps to equip them with these skills, noting that one of the aspects of sustainability in education is lifelong learning. It also empowers the youth, builds a sense of advocacy, and raises awareness. All right. So imagine when you take ownership of something. Let's say you have your phone, for instance, you buy a phone and you give a child, and you tell the child, this is yours. There is that passion that child will use in holding this thing very dear to her. This is my own. Please don't mess around with it. Even when it falls, it hurts her, she wants to pick it, take care of it very well. So when people learn to take ownership of the environment, they'll be more active. They will look out for things that would harm their environment. Okay, so when we get them to think towards that direction, take up such projects and initiative, they take ownership and become more responsible towards the environment. Such a child will not be walking on the way and drink pure sachet water and then throw it, litter it. Okay, so the environment is dirty, they will come out to clean, and the rest of them. Students become more informed about sustainability issues and can act as advocates for change, influencing others to adopt sustainable practices. Just like the video we saw about the girl who she didn't do it on her own, she also got her friends to be part of it. It also promotes education, just like we said at the beginning, that if you want to tick the box that the education you're giving is sustainable, then there must be application to real life, okay? There must be that application, and that is only when knowledge or learning has taken place, when it can be applied to real life. So what are the benefits? The benefits include environmental impacts. So we could have reduced carbon footprints. Student-led projects often focus on sustainable practices, leading to decrease in carbon emissions. We also have biodiversity conservation. These initiatives will help protect and restore ecosystems, promoting biodiversity conservation. This lady on IG, Global Temi, I really like her a lot. She's an advocate for climate change. She also set up Ecosystem Africa also. And these are things she tries to share through her videos, set up campaigns and initiatives. And this is going a long way to have social impact in the environment and, of course, in the society. People are open to gain that awareness and see how they can make what they are doing better. We also have educational value. Now, one of it on the educational value is the hands-on learning. Okay, so students, just like I said, one of the qualities or defects of the 21st century learners is that they have short attention span. So when they can quickly, get to do something, experiential learning, it's more practical. You gain their attention more because they're engaged all through the process. It also helps to equip them with critical thinking, like I've said earlier, and of course, fosters collaboration. We also have community engagement, or of course, when they are involved in that project, it's hands-on learning. They also make social impact and their community become aware. So I'll try to play the next video. We're trying to see examples of successful initiatives. Sorry, give me a moment. Please, if you can see it, you let me know.
Will truly move the goalposts of how we can create a nature-positive future. We believe that it is precisely in the high-emitting sectors where some of the most important work is being done. Fabric Nano is a biotech startup who has found a way to sustainably synthesize bioplastics and fossil fuel-free chemical ingredients at scale, and produce those chemicals 100 times faster than normal petroleum-based products. Their breakthroughs could mean that cell-free manufacturing could finally transcend niche to become commonplace. After a hugely successful retrofit of the Empire State Building in New York City, a program called the Empire Building Challenge is providing $50 million in funding to high-rise building owners to pilot innovative retrofit solutions. Although new buildings are easy to make green, old ones make up 80 to 90% of our usage. And this is where we need to make sustainability gains. The best solutions will be shared widely with other building owners across New York State to create a network of sustainable practice. Making electricity from human-powered steps is a concept that has been around for a while, but without a lot of market uptake. But new technology developed by 2 Swiss labs means that for the first time we can create electricity from wooden flooring. Wood is one of the most sustainable and popular building materials, but its electroneutrality has meant that it has been relatively ignored for energy harvesting. These scientists found a way to modify it with silicon and nanocrystals, relatively environmentally friendly procedures, making it triboelectric. What if you could grow wood in a lab? Researchers at MIT have not only discovered how to replicate wood by isolating tunable plant tissues, but also to grow it in specific shapes, thereby reducing waste. Even though wood can be grown sustainably, this new technology has the capacity to transform our use of biomaterials and combat deforestation. Making affordable fashion sustainable is the goal of this global e-commerce brand. Everything is handmade to order in Spain and Portugal. Most importantly, they only make what is ordered, totally reducing unsold production waste. For every item ordered, they encourage you to resell something you no longer want. They also offset their carbon footprint and donate material scraps to independent fashion brands. With an annual average growth rate of 100%, this pioneering stockless fashion brand is on the rise. Buying up carbon credits to satisfy sustainability goals is not going to fully get us to net zero. Nature-positive business solutions require that a price be put on negative externalities, and 2 companies are helping to do just that. EnCaves is a UN-funded research project that is laying the groundwork for environmental and ecosystem accounting. With pilots in Brazil, China, India, Mexico, and South Africa, the project is developing the tools, language, and structure for how we can measure the value of ecosystem services. Similarly, Invest has created a set of modeling tools to evaluate the impact of investments in natural infrastructure in cities. The software models the links between nature and the well-being of populations, demonstrating the way investors can become allies to nature. But investing in nature can also mean investing in nature. Costa Rica is the first tropical country to have halted and actually reversed deforestation. By taxing fossil fuels, the government has financed a $500 million payout to landowners, saving more than 1 million hectares of forest and replanting 7 million trees. Whilst many good programs exist around the world, Costa Rica has been recognized as one of the most successful, due to political will and a passion for and recognition of the importance of their environment.
All right, thank you very much for listening. I don't know, can any one of us identify her aha moment? Was there an aha moment in any of these ideas or initiatives that we just saw? By aha moment, I mean, it tickled your fancy, like, wow, really? Does this happen, or can this happen? Can this be Nigeria? Did any one of us experience that? I would like someone to say something. Hello, I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. My
Okay.
yeah, for me, I'll say my aha moment is the fact that your presentation today is just similar to mine, although I will be delving into more on inclusivity and diversity. But it's actually, some of the things that you highlighted today are also what, I will be talking about tomorrow. So it's just a aha moment for me because I feel, wow, finally, I'm not the only one talking about project-based, talking about inquiry-based learning, talking about experiential learning, which Nigerian teachers will have to move, will have to develop themselves into. Enough of the rote teaching methodology. It is high time. We've seen firsthand from Western countries how their curriculum has evolved over the years from rote teaching. Rote teaching methodology is the 18th century methodology. Right now, the 21st century is based on this learning methodologies that you've just mentioned, these teaching methodologies, which are project-based, participation, engaging, students into active learning that they won't forget. They themselves, being engaged in their learning, being, fully participating in their learning by way of inquiry and project-based. So this is a aha moment for me, Mel. We're on the same team. It's good to
Thank
see
you.
that. So lovely presentation.
Thank you so much. And I can't wait for yours tomorrow because I already know that there'll be so much more I would tap into from your wealth of knowledge. So thank you so much for that. So for some of us that are listening, please, let's remember that this is for us. We can even have ideas that would help the next person. Okay, so feel free to always, you can even type in the comment section, and that would go a long way to see that each one of us were part of this conference. All right, so I really liked each of those projects and initiatives. It's actually beautiful to see that there are governments who are quite invested into the educational sector, providing sustainability. And so they're not just thinking for themselves, but are thinking for the future. Think of the one that had to do with even fashion. Imagine some of us now, probably you want to buy a new clothes and you're going to maybe turn the clothes into, well, rag is even good because you're recycling. Let's say you just burn it, okay, because you don't want your village people to, give it out and something happens or things like that. But you can see that there is a country that for you to get a new one, you have to give up your scrap, okay? Give it to the company that will need it. And that goes a long way to help. So that's, for me, it's mind-blowing. And also the parts where they had to talk about generating electricity through wood. It's also beautiful. Sorry, Vivi, I think some people are trying to join in, and I'm doubling, navigating my slide and adding them. Trying to click on admit, but it's not so easy doing
No,
that.
I'm admitting. Don't worry about that. I'm admitting.
All right.
I guess it's the internet. Yes, it's their network.
All right. Okay, so I think I stopped presenting. Sorry, let me share again. Okay. All right. So I'll try to be very fast with this so that we also have the other speakers come have their presentations as well. So we'll look at different examples of initiatives that people have gone ahead to come up with. Also being part of the Global School program, it gave me an avenue to see a lot of case studies of what educators are doing in different parts of the world. And I tell you, it's mind-blowing. I can't even exhaust all of them. But from there, I got some of these ideas, and I believe someone would be blessed to tap into these ideas. Okay. Please, can you see my slide now?
Yes.
All right. So we have campus recycling programs, just like Oyebola has even identified. We also saw it in that video. We have waste reduction, implementing recycling bins across campus to reduce waste generation. We also have recycling baskets. This one was carried out by one of the global school advocates in Pakistan, and she installed in every room at the school to encourage reduce, reuse, recycle. And I think one thing about these Gen Zs is that, you know, they want it to be funky, fun. So you also, you know, trying to prompt them, because what you will do at this point is to scaffold. They will now take charge of their learning. You also need to get it to be fun so that they can easily connect with it. We also have educational campaigns. I also remember giving my students, those who just graduated, when I was handling them, a project in English language. I said, pick any of the SDGs that align with you and your various gems, research on it, carry out, if you identify a problem that you can solve while aligning to any of the SDGs, and then come up, it could be a campaign, it could be a project, it could build something, whichever. And I tell you, it was beautiful. They even involved their parents. They had to do student campaign sessions. There was one that they had to come to assembly to talk, put up placards, design posters at different areas. And then they also had Friday fun sanitation with music. People were picking up. Each time you enter their class, they are quick to pick things. Okay, so this is getting them to be environmental enthusiasts and experts. Okay, they are taking charge of their learning, and they want to see how they can make the environment better for the next person. So we one of the educators in the global school also shared that she had beach cleanup. So had beach cleanup, and I mean, that's just one of it. You can also have street cleanup, school cleanup drives, and the rest of it. Another educator in Bolivia also had to do combating water waste through inquiry-based learning. They had to find out, I mean, a child uses the bathtub, the shower for 25 minutes, and at the point of using it, the child puts it onto the highest. So every drop is pouring down, and you can imagine the gallons of water that such a child gets to use at just one bath. So they decided to, you know, having had that inquiry, to regulate the amount of water that would rush. I also remember when I taught my students, those that were in JSS3, we had like that kind of campaign in school that had to do with water and energy conservation. So when you leave the class, switching off the lights, and when you put on your tap, you don't put it to the extreme because you just want to wash your hand. Okay, so you just, you know, open it a little bit, wash your hand, and when you're applying the soap, you still put it off. When you're done, you put it on. So all these things raise awareness, and they don't just do it in school. They do it in public places. They do it at home. So we also have sustainable energy projects, which has to do with some of them. Examples are solar power plants. We also have solar rooftop farms. This is also being carried out in Hong Kong by one of the global school advocates. This is harnessing sunlight to generate electricity, reducing carbon footprint. We also have wind farms, utilizing wind energy to produce clean and renewable power. We also have hydroelectric dams, generating electricity from flowing water, a sustainable energy solution. We also have community gardens. Sorry, I don't think, are you seeing my screen move?
It's not on slideshow.
Ah, I'm wondering why, because from my end, it says, okay. Let me try sharing with this one. Okay. So we have the community gardens. I would like to very quickly show you this video that I saw on a friend's status, and it was mind-blowing. I'm like, really? So there are countries who are thinking in this direction already? Or there's a country like this, which, I mean, for some of us, when we want to travel out, you know, have a good time, these are places we could go to and see what they have. So we have Singapore as a green country.
Singapore is known as a women's paradise and one of the safest countries in the world. It is also a garden city. Singapore is situated in the tropics where plants and trees flourish. In the summer, many of the buildings are decorated with green vegetation. You can see many buildings with gardens on the top floor, or the facade of the building is covered with greenery. Even the roof has a thick layer of soil planted with flowers and plants. Singapore is ranked first in Asia and sixth in the world in terms of protecting women's safety. It prohibits discrimination in what based on gender, marital status, pregnancy status, etc. Working moms get up to 12 to 16 weeks of maternity leave after giving birth. Paternity leave of 2 to 6 weeks is also available for fathers. In Singapore, divorce is very expensive. The man has to pay alimony to the woman until she remarries. Follow me for...
All right, so the purpose of sharing this is for us to come to appreciate the greenery aspect of the country. It's somewhere that when we see, we would actually love to go there to relax. So when we also have a natural habitat that is welcoming, we want to settle in there. I remember when I went to Kenya for an exchange program, it was really wonderful because, you know, when classes are going on, it's always hot. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but it's like hot in the school system. So students can actually come out, go under the trees, have some quiet times, you know, reflect, meditate, have mentorship sessions with their teachers, have their snacks, you know, just enjoying nature. And these are places where you can also get to have inspiration. So these projects are really very good that we promote them and get our students to think in that direction. So we have social cohesion. Community gardens promote social interaction and cohesion among residents. So you have other people come together and they have a good time. We also have the environmental benefits. It helps to reduce food miles, promote biodiversity, and improve air quality. And one of us took us on air quality yesterday. If you missed it, I'm so sorry. You need to go back and watch that video. I'm not going to play this video, but when I share my slide, I'll refer you to that link so you would also watch it because it has very interesting projects that have been shared. So what are the challenges facing students in carrying out this project? Because as much as we talk about this, there are factors that are hindering some of these projects not happening. So it's good that we also discuss it to go a long way to help us. One of them is funding constraints, right? Now, we have limited financial resources. Students often struggle due to insufficient funds for sustainable projects. We also have lack of sponsorship, difficulty in securing financial support from external organizations, which hinder sustainability initiatives. So, having identified this problem, is it possible? Because looking at what the other global school advocates are doing, we see their governments, their organizations, United Nations even, they give out grants for people who want to start up this project. But sometimes I think part of our limitations is that even educators are not aware that there are some of these grants available. Okay, so if we have the right access, the right education, then we can even be able to help. Now, we can also have our government, even individuals who are well-to-do can take up and decide that we'll fund, are there students who have such initiatives? We can provide funds for them to run such projects. And that way, it goes a long way to also help those students, especially when they are accountable as well. So we also need administrative support in the school. When we talk about institutional practices, owners of schools who are here listening, we need your support to see that the students are not challenged in carrying out these projects. Sometimes maybe the administrators will feel like they want to outshine us or something like that. No, if they win, it's your win. So we must be out to support the students and the teachers with the funding that is required, while there is also proper accountability. Also trying to align our policies to meet this sustainable project. So many countries, from my research, Italy, what are those countries? Colombia, Canada, Finland. Most of these countries have environmental education policies, climate change education, and the rest of them. Okay, so even for their ministers of education, they already have an aspect of their duty which has to cover that environmental education. And you can see how well they have taken it up. So the question we'll now ask ourselves, do we have that in our country, Nigeria? And if we don't have that, if we also have anyone who can get to those who are there, are these information, can we share to them so that they start thinking in that direction? Now, we also have scaling up projects. Now, funding is also aspect of it. So securing adequate financial resources for expanding sustainability projects can be a challenge. We also have resource management. I mean, for some person to be, if I give them the money, there's no accountability, it will be a waste. So we must also raise people who are, accountable, such that they would manage the resources very well. Okay, and then we also need the adequate manpower to help scale up this project, because there are some of them that only one person may not be able to do. Now, empowering students for change. When we talk about these student-led projects and initiatives, you would see that it tends to build leadership qualities in the students, skill building. They develop their communication better, they learn to work in teams better, they learn to solve problems better. They are also empowered. It builds their confidence. Wow, so I could do this, and I did it. Okay, it also brings a sense of initiative. Sometimes you're looking at people and you're asking, what have you done in this environment where you found yourself? And the person is looking at you, even at home. They just eat and don't contribute. So we must build that sense of consciousness that the students who tend to have that skill to take initiative, to see that, oh, there is a need here. How can I support? What can I do to make it better for the next person? And of course, decision-making abilities is also part of what they would benefit by being empowered. So we also have collaboration opportunities for these projects. When they are out to be part of it, they get to collaborate, they partner with different organizations. There's this young girl on IG, her name is Zaralicious. She's I think the founder for Hack for Earth. Is someone that educators could also look out for and share some of her videos with our students. She's doing a wonderful job, as young as she is, but you could see how she's engaging other learners. She has a book club where she gets other students to read wild. And her idea is that readers are leaders, that if they don't get to read, they won't be able to even, know what to do. So she's creating that awareness through her book club, and her parents are really at the forefront supporting her. So these are things we can actually do to support our kids, to let them know that they can do it. Students can, and they have all it takes to do that. We also have the benefits they would gain: advocacy and policy influence. Okay, they drive the change through their petitions, protests, and awareness campaigns. I was part of the NG Model United Nations, organized by Enugu State government. That was in June. And it was really beautiful to see that the students have this passion. They were able to come up with various position papers identifying issues in developing countries such as Nigeria. and particularly for us in Enugu State. They presented these papers. The governor was there, the commissioner was there, the minister sent a representative, other commissioners from the state were also present. And it was a fantastic idea because we could hear from them, we could hear their passion and the things they want. Okay, so we also have, and each of them actually left that event being ambassadors. We also have educational curriculum integration, including sustainability topics in education policies, influences future generation. I remember after we did our session as well, one of the math teacher was speaking, and then it asked her, why should you even teach students algebra or something like that? Even myself, I was surprised when the question was asked. And the lady took her time to explain that if they learn this, they learn how to plot graph also, it will help them to identify, the right time to start a business, when to employ, the number of persons that you should get when you have this kind of startup and the rest of it. And I'm like, really, did I have that knowledge when I studied math? So for a child who likes business, who is thinking now, you can relate to, I'm learning graph, I'm learning algebra equation, and I can apply it in real life, and they can use it to carry out projects. You can't believe that the students had a project in that math. They had to make research on the best time to teach math, why students are afraid of math. And they came up with policies. They want to government, they want to school for us, the best time to fix maths for them, how it should be learned and things like that. And it was really beautiful. We also have policy recommendations. They would be happy to make recommendations. And you see that they can influence decisions, such as countries like Korea, Indonesia, Italy, Colombia, just like I had mentioned, they're already doing that. So finally, as educators, we need to do what? Teach using the strategy of head, heart, and hands. Okay, we have to cover the cognitive, the affective, the psychomotor in what we're doing. If we really have to get students to take on this student-led project initiative, we have to look at our curriculum. We have to even build it. Well, if ministry haven't built it, if you feel they haven't really done it well, you can tailor yours. I'm so glad I was able to tailor mine in my own school. And today, students are benefiting from it. So we have to look at the pedagogy we are using in the learning environment. We look at the learning content. We look at the learning outcome. What change in behavior have we created? I remember teaching them, one of the senior girls, we were reading a passage that had to do with, is it child trafficking or something like that, or street begging? And I was asking them, is there any students in this class who in future would ever think that she could be found on the street? And I got mind-blowing answers. I said, Miss Mel, I can never be on the street though. What happened to my writing poems or writing stories and publishing on website? What happened to doing a podcast and things like that? So some even said maybe making cupcakes, because these are skills they're already picking from the various clubs they have. So as educators, don't also say, I don't have time, financial constraints. There are little you can do. You can also source for funds. I tell you, it's something that is achievable. It's also a plea to those who own schools, administrators. If you're here, this is a chance for you to start thinking in the right direction. Education for sustainability is here to stay. And we need to all join hands together to see that we work on our institutional practices, we integrate these projects into our curriculum, we have that holistic approach. As educators, we are open to building ourselves, having different opportunities where we can get ideas on how to improve and support our students. I don't know if this has been able to bless someone here, or get you to think in a different direction, what you can actually do better this coming school year. For you as a parent, you want to enroll your child in a school, you should be asking, what kind of education do they offer in this school? Do they carry out sustainability projects? Because these are things that we need to get our learners to learn now. Thank you very much. If we have any questions, we can drop in the chat box, or we can ask our questions. I hope you can hear me. All
Yeah,
right, thank
sorry,
you,
I was
Lillian.
clapping here, forgetting that I was on Zoom. Sorry, but thank
Okay,
you.
all right, thank you. If we have any questions, we can type in and we address that. But if we don't have any question, to be a privilege to introduce the next speaker. Okay, so no questions. So I believe that we got it all well. It's well digested. Thank you so much for your time. I really want to appreciate everyone who joined. I could see some of my friends, my colleagues, my nieces. They came in and they left in between. So thank you for your time and for being part of this. I appreciate it. And thank you, Vivian, for taking this initiative. And thank you, Oyebola, for being very active.
Thank you. You're welcome, Mel.
Vivi, who is next?
Oh, you're supposed to know the next person. Okay, thank you so much, Melvina. That was a good one. That was an eye-opening section. I have to call the next person to take the floor. I don't know if she's here and if she's available. Okay, Florence, are you ready? Miss Florence? Miss Florence, can you hear me, please?
And she has been here all the while.
Yeah. I guess
Okay, she's here. Maybe her mic is on mute.
Miss Florence, can you hear us? Miss Florence, are you ready? Should the next person go on?
I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, so we are formally introducing Miss Flores to please take the floor as our next speaker, as our second speaker for the day. Thank you so much, Miss Florence, for being here.
Hello.
We can hear you.
It's a privilege for me to be here today. My name is Okon Florence. I'm an educationist. I am speaking on sources for sustainable educational facilities. Let me share my slide.
As we are waiting for Flores to get ready, I don't know, Melvina, are you here? Are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Please, I guess I have a question. It's just that at the time I was like, okay, should I ask this or shouldn't I ask this? But I guess for the benefit of others, you mentioned smart curricula. Am I correct?
So I talked about smart school and then I said curriculum integration.
Curriculum integration. Okay. By smart school, what do you mean? Can you just elaborate a bit on that?
Okay, so Smart School for Enugu State is we are trying to build schools where students can learn, having that 3D experiments. They want to carry out experiments. They are not just they're not just talking about the theoretical aspect, but they could watch those things on video, like experience it like it's real. Okay, so have that visual effect. They have the green projects, have a big farm where they can carry out things. They have practicals. Everything is set. They have the ICT integrated greatly into their curriculum. They have the YBs and the smart boards, interactive boards for their learning experiences. So the teachers are equipped to be smart. Okay, by smart, they are tech savvy. All right, they are open to experiential learning and its tenets, and they can get students to journey with them. For instance, a child is learning a subject, but they're not just learning a subject to pass JSS1 English, for instance, or pass agriculture, for instance, just for JSS1. No, by the end of their 3 years to complete their basic education, because in Enugu, they're also trying to merge primary and the junior school, the first 3, JSS1 to 3. So they're trying to merge it. So by the time you're done, you must have carried out a project, and that project is something that would help you. It could be something that is tending towards entrepreneurial education, peace education, and the rest of it, but it's hands-on. And there would also be an element of ICT integration into the projects they are carrying out.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I just hope people are also learning from this. I just want to ask another question. I'm so sorry. It's not this time around. It's not because I'm trying to let Florence finish up. Yes. You know, when you were talking, I was just wondering, why are they trying to merge JS1 to JS3?
Okay, now the idea is that we have a high number of students who drop out after primary school because they probably don't have money to continue with their education. Okay, and they are also trying to build these schools at the local communities, such that these schools, even the rich, can as well be part of it. Okay, so they want to use that to get it will now be a 3-9-3 system instead of the 3-6-3-3-4 system. You get, so it will be merged such that the highest for primary education is that JSS3. And when they are leaving because they're already equipped, they are completing projects. And after that, they will have the option of either going to technical school or continuing with maybe senior school, SS1 to 3 for those who have big agro farm based projects available. If you also want to pick craft or whatever, whichever one you're open to, you just tilt towards that direction. Okay, and it would just be to continue maybe after JSS3, SS1 to 3. So it's after JSS3. Even if you don't have the funds to continue, you have picked a skill that can equip you to be someone to make money until maybe you are now set to, furthermore, you have picked a skill that can sustain you, sustain your family, and you're not a nuisance in the society, but you're able to give back.
Okay. Florence, please send it to my WhatsApp. Send it to my WhatsApp now. Yes. Sorry, baby. I'm actually hearing.
Vivian. Sorry, baby.
Oh, what's happening? I'm actually hearing this for the first time.
Hello.
The merging of JS1 and up to JS3.
Yes.
I'm hearing it for the first time. Okay.
Yeah.
And
it's just for Enugu State, and it's the vision of the commissioner and the governor to change the face of it and to bring it to
So is it that they are trying to eliminate JS1, JS2, JS3, or that one will still be available and we still have this as an additional?
You will still be there. For instance, in the smart school where they have built what they have, the primary school is there. You still have the JSS1 to 3. Like it should be like grade 6. Okay?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Who is speaking?
Oh, sorry. I was just listening in. I wanted to add something, but before you finish up, when you finish up, I will speak
All right.
before
Thank you.
Florence comes in. Sorry.
Okay. No problem.
Sorry, I
No problem.
interrupted you. All right.
Okay, so you still have the grade 7, 8, 9. It's still there. But
Okay.
it won't just be that after primary school, there's like a graduation into secondary school. No, it will be that the students continue. So,
Okay.
and they have only completed when they have reached that JSS3.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now it sounds better. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Please ask your question, Florence. Please send it to my WhatsApp, please.
All right. I don't want to ask a question. I just want to make some key contribution to what Melvina and then the questions you've asked.
Okay.
I totally believe that what Enugu state government is doing is a brilliant initiative. And yeah, they're also trying to think out of the box, especially for children who grow up in this part of the world. But then, you're a stakeholder in a Enugu state government educational system. So I'll also be sharing this with you. There are three areas I also want the government to look into. Okay. The first area is in the area of critical thinking should stump memorization. So whatever they are doing, the curriculum should revolve in a way that the children are able to think critically, because our curriculum can provide you with every scenario you are going to meet. But when you have been developed to think in a critical way, you will know what to do regardless of the situation you find yourself in. That is one. So critical thinking should be above memorization and all of that, rote learning. Then the second area I feel that the government should also, be particularly interested in is equity. Everybody should have access to this education, regardless of your gender, in this part of the world, in Africa in general. The girl child, I don't know how to say. For me, I just feel that she's an endangered species. Okay, so equity to education. Everybody should have access to education, regardless of your gender, regardless of your social status. Okay, this will help to make this type of curriculum very effective. And then finally, and most importantly, parental involvement. Parents must be involved. That's what happens in the Western world. When parents are involved, you see that it's easier to achieve any goal. Even when the children, when they want to drop out, when their parents are involved, that won't be possible. Okay, parents know what the children do, and they buy into the thing, and they kind of drive it. So this is my contribution. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much, Lollipop. I don't know, that's what I'm seeing here. Please, you didn't tell us your name. You didn't tell us your name. Can you tell us?
Please, Sandra, please. Sandra, please.
Oh,
Sorry.
Sandra, is that you? I was saying I know this voice.
You don't know my voice.
Hello? Hello?
I've sent it to your WhatsApp, my slides.
Florence, your background is noisy. Your background sounds noisy. Okay, Sandra, we have Lollipop here. Sandra, wow, thank you for that contribution too. Someone's system is interfering. Okay, I wanted to say something. Florence, I've seen your I've seen your slide. I'll share it very soon. So I wanted to say something to what Sandra said. You know, I have a friend that is with us here, Eyes. We call her Eyes. Her name is Ijoma. Ijoma, so you know what Sandra just said, you know, talking about critical thinking. I won't stop, I won't stop remembering what's it called again? Maria Montessori, and that has to do with Montessori method of learning, Montessori curriculum. In fact, Montessori curriculum was what gingered me to be a teacher. It was what made me, it was my wow moment entering this career called teaching career. It was Montessori. It was Montessori curriculum. Okay. And that was when I met Ijoma, and she's here. So when Sandra talked about critical thinking, as she was speaking, my mind still went back to Montessori method of teaching. Yes, it might not completely, act for us, or rather, it might not completely, be what we have to use for our dear country, Nigeria. But Montessori got it so right, from that foundation level. She got it so right that you see a child, it's like self-learning. I think that's the summary of what she came up with. And that self-learning leads to sustainability, because a child is trying to learn by self, is correcting self, is trying to, re-strategize and strategize at a tender age. So when she talked about this critical thinking, I just remembered Montessori, and I said I have to talk about it here. I know my section is coming, but I just want us to, have it in this section since we just mentioned it. Thank you so much once again, Sandra, for bringing up that. I hope that one day another governor or commissioner for education will find out that, okay, I think we're going to move in this direction because we really need it. Thank you so much. Let me allow the next person that has to speak to me. Oh, I have someone's hand is up. Isioma. Sorry, this is the essence of let's see, Isioma. Isioma, what do you have to say? This is the essence of, we coming together to, collaborate, think together, way forward in terms of our educational system. So I think, please permit me to give Isioma the floor to say what she has. Ifeoma, please, we are listening.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Evening.
So, talking about critical thinking, I've been privileged to work in a pure British school. I'm a teacher, and I've been privileged to work in a pure British school. I've also been privileged to work in a school that does blended learning, and I've got friends in other schools. So I think I can say a bit about critical thinking. The lady that Sandra said we can, the government can help in that direction. So here is my take on that. Yes, the government can help in that direction. However, as a teacher, it's part of what makes us a teacher. When you're planning your lesson, when you are working with the children, you are building that in the children. The questioning pattern. I don't know if you're privileged to see the way the British people ask their question. You will see that they're asking that, for example, they want to ask you 2 plus 2. Sometimes they're not going to come straight to tell you 2 plus 2. They're going to look for a way. They're going to ask you, they're asking you 2 plus 2, but they're asking you in such a way that you have to think about it. And another thing they encourage is that no answer is wrong. Your answer is right. Try. But our Nigerian curriculum, the Nigerian schools, and not even the Nigerian schools at this moment, the teachers, you see, they don't let because they don't want the children to fail, they don't even let the children try. Now, the government is not going to come to your classroom and do the teaching for you. It starts from you as a teacher. It starts from your classroom. Your scheme has been given to you. You are the one developing your lesson plan. What do you have in mind when you're creating your lesson plan? When you're delivering the teaching, how do you deliver it? Do you feed the children the work? If you are feeding the child or if you are feeding the children the information, no, you're not doing them any good. Education has gone beyond the level of giving information to the children. Now education has gone to the part of student-led this thing, what do you call it again? Student-led, meaning that the students take hold, or they take control, they take hold of their learning. It's okay, they make their mistakes, and when they make their mistakes, they learn from it. And that is why, if you are familiar with the British curriculum, they encourage peer-to-peer assessments. They rarely mark the children wrong. And when they're even marking, when the children get something wrong, they don't even use red pen. They use green pen, and the child gets to try again. Now, some people, lots of schools have adopted this method, the student-centered learning, yeah. And it keeps getting better. However, some schools don't even know about this. Thank you, Vivian, for this opportunity and this initiative. So if we're able to spread this part of learning to the schools that are not aware of it, the government is not coming to do it for us. Now, she also made mention of involving the parents. Some schools, some good schools that know what they are doing, are already doing this thing. I mean, back in the days, some years back, it was part of the things I learned as a teacher. It is not one-sided. Once learning is one-sided, it's not going to give the full impact, because you are working on the child and nothing is happening from the home front. It's not going to be a balanced equation. So on those two, I think we can do more, especially the critical thinking part. It starts from you as a teacher in the classroom before the government comes to do the other parts. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Vivian, before you go, let me quickly react to what she just said. Let me clarify a few things with her, okay? Now, I do not think the government. What I said is that the curriculum should cater for critical thinking. Now, that should be the standard. That should be the norm. Whether it's a government school or privately owned school, if the curriculum caters for that, you don't need to tell the child that you have to include this in your curriculum. And remember, policies drive every nation. Okay? So it should be a policy. That's a standard operating system. You understand? Teachers, most times, they will do what they want to do. But if a policy is in place that, look, this part of education has to, there must be critical thinking, everybody will align with that. Okay? But if it's not there, that's why you see some schools doing it, some schools are not doing it. Especially government schools. Do they have that? They, even if they know it, are they willing to allow the children to think critically? Most times, what happens in this part of the world is youth learning, memorization. Okay, so I'm not saying the government, but it should be a policy, it should be a standard operating system, it should be part of the curriculum. And definitely, if it's part of the curriculum, it must start with the government before the teachers will implement it in class. Teachers might not implement it because I don't have the time, it's not necessary, some don't even know about it. But if it's a policy, everybody will have to align with it, everybody will have to key into that. Okay, I think I've clarified my point.
Okay, please, can someone hear me? Because I'm trying to open a file. Okay.
We can.
Okay, thank you so much. Wow, somehow I'm happy that we are having all this conversation. Okay, we're trying to learn from one another. Okay, and I just hope that since we are online, I hope other people will be listening to us. I hope, of course, someone even invited a commissioner in this our program. I don't know if he's around. Excuse me, sir. If you're around, thank you so much for joining us. Please listen to us very well. And also, please try to help us to reach to other commissioners for education. We appreciate you if you're here or you will still listen later. Thank you. Okay, I guess we've done justice so far to this. And I'm giving the platform, I'm leaving the floor for Florence Okon. Florence, are you ready? Can you see the slide I'm trying to share?
Okay, I can see it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello, Florence. Florence, I can't hear you. Or am I the only one?
No, I can't hear her.
Everyone, very sorry for today. My name
Okay, yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
The next slide. The content for today, we are going to know the meaning of sustainable education. What is sustainable teaching? Why is sustainable teaching a good thing? How can you implement sustainable teaching in your lessons? What is educational facility? List of schools facilities. What are the sustainable educational facilities? How to sustain educational facilities. Next slide. Introduction. Sustainable educational means finding long-lasting solutions through education, namely with regards to social, environmental, and economic issues. What is sustainable teaching? You need to know what sustainable teaching is all about. Sustainable teaching, as you can see the pictures, you can see the teacher and the students. Sustainable teaching is the practice of giving students the skills they need for lifelong learning outside of the classroom, not only in the classroom. We do this through teaching issues of such as critical thinking.
Florence, your network, we can't hear you.
Collaboration, and it also requires participation. Invite them to be active in your class and take action for sustainable development. Education for sustainable development. Consequently promote competencies like making. What is sustainable teaching a good thing? Why is sustainable teaching a good thing? You need to know why it is a good thing. Why?
Florence, if you can hear me, we cannot
We are
hear you.
bombarded with huge amount. By the time a university student graduates from a 3-year degree, the reference materials used in that first year is already out of date. Therefore, standard secondary school education is no longer sufficient to educate students for the rest of their life. They need to be able to navigate the information available to them and keep their skill up to them in an ever-changing world. In the post-truth age of social media and advertising, deciding where to educate oneself is no easy task. We develop students toolbox of skills and practice them over the course of their secondary education. So students can continue to learn long after they leave the classroom. Through sustainable teaching, students learn the ability to make informed decisions and analyze the credibility of information they are exposed to. What they are exposed to, they will be able to do it rather than always staying in the classroom. You don't take your learners outside the classroom to go and experience or to go and explore outside. We need to do that. They learn to work in collaboration with others using effective communication skills to express their ideas. In short, sustainable teaching prepares students for the modern world. How can you implement teaching in your lessons? Sustainable teaching is a focus on skills and processes rather than knowledge and facts. The content of lesson is important, of course, but through all lessons should be the red thread of critical thinking, research, collaboration, and presentation. Allow your learners to think. Allow your learners to be able to present the skill that they have learned. Critical thinking, if you look at the picture on that slide, you can see a pupil is holding a star. to look at it. Give students an opinion and ask them to argue for or against it. Only respectful arguments are accepted. Encourage students to listen to an opinions and be open to changing their mind. 2. Ask where does this information come from? Who wrote it? What is the agenda? You need to question for the children to be able to know if they know what they are talking about or what they are doing or what the information. Can this idea of opinion impression be improved and the next slide? Research. Have the students shown an interest in a topic?
Florence, can you hear me? We can't hear you.
Do. And make sure when you give a student homework, this is the next slide, B. Make the next lesson. Hello,
Florence, you are
This is the next
glitching.
slide.
You are glitching. I don't know if you can, maybe you're in your network or something. You are really glitching. Can you hear me, please? Hello, Florence. Are you there? Florence, can you hear me?
Yes, collaboration. Please, the next slide on collaboration.
Collaboration. Please, okay. You can continue.
Great environment in the classroom where students are and all students are valued. If you look at the picture there, you can see how the students are collaborating with each other, putting the things together. Mix different abilities, genders, religions, or together.
Florence, you are glitching. We're not getting this. It's not flowing.
To work towards. For example, the first time to write at least 10 words on the subject.
Is the next speaker available? Florence, you are really glitching. The network is really very poor where you are. Please, is the next let's see if the next speaker can take over, then later you come in. I'm just thinking, Sophia, please, can you hear me? Would you want to go? Sophia?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, but you will have to give me 10 minutes to,
10
because I
minutes.
need to transfer to my laptop. I'm using my
Okay,
phone to listen.
no problem. No
I
problem.
need to put on my laptop. Okay, all right.
That's fine. Thank you so much. Florence, let's try you again as she's getting ready for the 10 minutes, please, because I guess your network is really glitching too much and is not coming out very well. Maybe later in the day, it might be better. Florence? Okay, as we are waiting for Sophia for 10 minutes, I guess we can have a conversation around today's topic as we are waiting for Sophia to get ready. Florence, don't worry, it's okay. I know you are trying
Can I continue, please?
Oh, okay, your voice came out well. Yes, please. Yes. Hello?
Hello, can I continue, please?
Yes, please. I think your
Hello.
voice is better now. Yes, yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Presentation skills. Presentation skill. Every time we go to a job interview, meet a new person, or offer an idea, we are presenting ourselves. These skills are invaluable in today's digital world. And it is. Practice this skill in all lessons. Build confidence so students can speak in public and clearly express their ideas and opinions. You have to build confidence to your students so that they will be able to speak in public, be able to do creative writing, and do profound reading. What is educational facility? An educational facility is a place where people go to learn knowledge.
One moment. Apology. I'm trying to reshare. Sorry about that. Please, can you see my slide?
We've got to list of facilities.
Collaboration?
Facilities.
Ah. Oh. Okay, do you know what? Florence, don't worry. Let's see, maybe later today you might have to represent, okay? Because the network is really very poor. So I'm going to stop the video. I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, as we wait for Sophia, Florence, don't worry, please. No problem. Maybe later today we'll try it again, please. So as we are waiting for Sophia, you know, I'm still interested. I don't know why I'm still interested in this in the first speaker's presentation, especially when she, you know, how she told us about especially what she told us concerning her state, Enugu State, okay? And that's quite interesting because I'm just thinking, you know, I don't know who can help me in this, my thoughts, okay? Because I was just thinking, wow, so a commissioner for education, a particular commissioner can actually go ahead, especially for education, because I'm just thinking, you know what she told us, that instead of our normal system 6336, 6334, I hope I'm correct. Now they are trying to, you know, devise something that sounds good to me, you know. But then I'm wondering why only Enugu State? what happened to other states in Nigeria? Why is it only Enugu? Is it really possible? You know, when she was saying that, that's the first time I'm hearing that. And I'm like, wow, so a particular state can actually get up and now do what they want to do, you know? And I'm disturbed because I couldn't answer that question, or rather, I've not really paid attention to asking myself such a question. And I don't like it because I always try to go a step forward, you know, in such things. So I don't really know, as we're waiting for Sophia, I don't know if there's anybody that can really answer me. And Melvina, you are even here. You know, I really would like to know. Okay, Bola's hand is up. Bola, please, are you trying to answer my question? Because it's somehow disturbing me.
Can I say something? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everybody.
Yeah, Ijoma is from Enugu State for
That's
let me
true.
just say that
I was not
first.
even coming to talk about Enugu. I was just coming to remind you where you were. You are in Nigeria, where in the past many years, education is not really one of the things that the government takes seriously federally. Do you understand? So it's always been the case where different states are doing different things, which is why, for instance, different states have different cutoff marks when stuff like maybe WAEC was saying and JAMB was saying, you know. So it's just because there's no real federal policies anymore. In their time, there were, in our parents' time-ish. But since we, the millennials, I guess, finished school, there's really been, nobody's talking about education anymore. So people just on their own, even in Lagos State, who can come and tell anybody what to do? The only thing they can do is log gate and say your teachers don't have something certificate of something. Nobody is coming to say every school in this Lagos should follow these policies or not follow these policies. Do you understand? So if one state probably starts taking stuff seriously and, you know, it works, then I feel like that's a way to go in this kind of environment. Someone needs to just stand up and do something, and then others will be like, okay, see you, this person is doing it. Either let me go and do it because it's good for my people, or let me do it so that they won't say I'm not doing anything. Stuff like that. So, yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable. Okay. Thank you so much, Ijoma, for that comment. Wow. It's only one I keep saying. So a particular state will now be ahead of the other states. It's so annoying, you know. Okay.
That's how you're saying it.
When they're
Let them be a pace setter now so that others will follow. Think about it like that.
Okay. Hopefully. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Bola's hand is up. Bola, Melvina, you are laughing. Bola, can we hear from you?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, once again. This is quite of a workshop, and I like that this discussion is coming around curriculum, around states taking up decision as regards education. Yes, because I headed a school in Lagos State for almost a decade. I remember that Lagos State Ministry of Education used to invite private schools for a workshop. I've attended the one held at Eco Hotels. I attended the ones at I think one was held at Oriental at the time. So and they introduced policies, they introduced their plan, and they also ask for, you know, what private schools want, because when they brought out the statistics, it was like, you know, like 22-1. For every one public school in Lagos State was 22 private schools, or were 22 private schools. So when they saw the statistics, they decided that, wow, we have to bring these people on board when it comes to educational policies and all that. So I'm aware, I'm glad that there's another state in Nigeria that has also taken the bull by the horn and have, you know, are charting, you know, the course for educational development and policy making in their state. It is really, really, this is what we want in Nigeria. This is what we want, because if we say the federal government, we're going to wait till probably eternity. I don't know. You know, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but this is what it is. Okay, so states have to take on the challenge and shape education in their states. I saw on media somebody that gave the details of the most literate states in Nigeria. And I think Enugu State, pardon me, was the second. I was surprised. I think the first
was the second after Imo State.
Yeah,
no, not
yeah.
Imo.
Imo
Maybe Anambra.
first, then Enugu and Abia State. So the first three states of the most literate people in Nigeria in the East, I was taken aback. So with what Mel has said about Enugu State and their policies in education, it's really now made sense to me. Okay,
But
so
how did they measure that? Sorry to cut you.
I don't know the measurement, but he said this was the statistics, you know, that was released. He actually quoted, but I can't, from the top of my head now, I can't say where exactly he got it from. But it was the statistics because he was reading it out. And I was really surprised. So, and I know Lagos State too are doing a lot of policy making and sitting at the table, calling in private schools to hear, you know, our views and what we think and what we want to, how we want to shape, you know, education in the nearest future. So this is a good one. However, I know that the challenges with Nigeria is that many things go into paperwork. All the efforts go into paperwork and the implementation suffers. So we have not grasped that part where we can implement all these policies. I remember we gave a lot, it was really, really a very good session. It was an interactive session, you know, with the government sent representative, the Commissioner of Education came of Lagos State, the then commissioner, not the current one. And, you know, we had a lot of talking to do, everything was recorded. But when it comes to implementation, when it comes to raising a task force that will go and ensure that these things are well implemented, that is where we fail. That is where we need to work, you know, on, honestly. So I'm really, really happy. Mel, you're working in a 21st century state that is looking at the future. This is amazing. And for all they have achieved. And, you know, we hope that this kind of achievement will go on, because the thing is, even in the West here, they have moved away from, like I mentioned, the rote methodology. They've adapted their curriculum to be sustainable, to meet with sustainable education. In Nigeria, we teach ICT, for example. Now, this is an example. This was a culture shock for me as an educator when I came in here. And I noticed that there was no writing, no form of writing, or there is no form of writing in science and in computer studies. They call it IT. We call it IT too in Nigeria. While we are churning out, publishing ICT books, telling us the father of computer and all the archaic old programs that are not longer in use, teaching our children, copying notes, they are here coding. Their computer classes are completely coding classes. They get the laptops out and they are coding. They are making sensor doors, they are making games, they are creating things on the laptop. That is what their IT class looks like in primary school. I'm not talking about secondary school. In primary school, I was shocked. I know that many private schools in Nigeria, they do coding as club. And then the main subject, ICT itself, they write notes. And then show, you know, all the notes writing and all that about computers and all that. So I was like, when are we going to get it right? You know, how can we do it? We need a total revamping of our curriculum. Yes, while we wait for so while the two speakers, I think Florence, was it Florence or Lollipop? I think she said she's Sandra, and some other person, you know, had a bit of a, you know, expressing their views. Yes, and I will say I agree with the two of them. However, we cannot wait for the government. We cannot wait for the federal government. Neither can we wait for the state government. We as high educators, we need professional development. We need to take our careers, you know, by hand or by heart or however we want to take it, and know that we have to get into the 21st century educator. We have to have a growth mindset. Don't wait for your school. Don't wait for your proprietress who is just an investor that is just want to count the money. Don't wait. Begin to make differentiation. Adapt your curriculum in a way that you will include all these things, all this participation for the children, all the inquiry-based learning, all the experiential-based learning, hands-on activity, project-based activities. Infuse it. By the time you do that, you see that your class is standing out, you're carrying your colleagues around, along. Before you know it, your proprietress is like, wow. So while I know that the two of them are right, but we as educators, we need professional development. We need to constantly, you know, grow and look into educational trends all over the world. We need to start developing ourselves. We need to take a step out of that fixed mindset that we have, that I just go to class, I stand like a lecturer and read and explain and leave the class. No, gone are the days that it is done that way. Now, the 21st century learning is based on 3 C's: creative thinking, communication, collaboration. If these 3 things are missing in your classroom, then you have not done anything that day. And this is the truth. If you've not engaged your children into group work, into project-based learning, inquiry-based learning, where they will be thinking critically based on Bloom's taxonomy, many of us, we are on level 1. When we go into our class to teach, all we do is we assess our children based on the first level on Bloom's taxonomy, which is remembering. Some teachers will go into comprehending. Okay, can you list? Can you explain? As soon as the child can list and explain, that is it. The child has done it all. No. Bloom's taxonomy is a 6th level critical thinking and levels, thinking skills, whereby you have to take your pupils or students into application of the knowledge thought. Can they apply that knowledge into real life? And this is where inquiry-based and hands-on activities come in. So I want other people to also contribute. Let me not.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker, yes, I can see how passionate you are about this stuff. The next speaker is actually on. She's waiting for us. She's ready. Okay. Thank you so much, Bola. You know, I always enjoy when you speak, because I know where we started. You know, we started together now. All right. Thank you so much once again. Permit me to introduce, or rather call upon another speaker for the day. I call her a Gen Z teacher. When I say she's a Gen Z teacher. Okay, so permit me to welcome Sophia Otolo. Please, can you please come forward and take the floor? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Vivian. I'm trying to put on my camera and I don't know why it's not coming on. However, I want to thank all those that have participated for your insightful and also informative well, I say presentation. It's been quite educative on my part. I've been listening since from the first speaker, and I really must say that I have been informed about so many other things. All right, without much ado, I would immediately share my screen so that we could start today's presentation. All right, so you disabled sharing. You have to enable me share.
Okay, one moment, please. All right, you have the control now.
Yeah, okay. All right, so my camera came on. All right, so I just want to know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
All right, so I'll be looking at or talking about personalized learning and delving into customized education for every student. All right, so what is personalized learning? For me, I share the view that personalized learning is an educational approach that considers the specific needs, interests, and strengths of each pupil and also provides a unique learning experience to learners based on their individual traits. So you're not basically providing a learning that caters to all, but you're providing a learning that is catering to that individual strength, individual interest, individual needs. And you ask yourself, how does this, how does it apply to different schools? And when we're looking at schools, we know that there are schools that in Nigerian language will say have their branches different in different zones, or schools that are independent. How does it affect us as public and as a private institution? How does it affect us? All right, so let's look at customized learning plans. One, what do we mean by customized learning plans? It's basically tailoring learning to that individual, to that child, to that pupil. That is the explanation of collaborative planning should be between the educators and the student. Now, you must also bear in mind the importance of empowering students to take ownership of their learning experience. And this is one beautiful thing you can see with Montessori learning, especially from the ages of 3 to 6. When it comes to Montessori, children are learning at their own pace. Children are learning, based on their needs, or the teachers are basically guiding and guarding the children on their learning journey based on their needs. Now, also you ask yourself now, how is customized learning planning able to enhance teaching and learning? So those are the things we need to basically cater for. And you could go further into making sure that the class teacher spends much less of his or her class time delivering lectures to students inside the classroom. But rather, students should have a choice on how to learn and what to learn. Also, the pace of the instructors is adjusted according to the individual student. Lessons are taught to suit the pace of the student's learning. And that's why I'd been listening into our conversations. And I know when Sandra said, this has to be embedded in the curriculum. She talked about critical thinking. It's the same thing with customized learning. It needs to be embedded because you and I know, and even as humans, if it's not written in black and white, it will not be adhered to. It will not be followed through. And it can be a school thing. Because even as teachers, when we leave, we move, we move from schools to school. You find out that even when you feel, oh, okay, you've been able to tailor the needs or the children's needs come first, you move to another school, it's a different culture. And in a way, it slowly changes your teaching style. So I think the curriculum first needs to be addressed. All of these things needs to be embedded in it. When it's embedded in it, then we, the drivers, will be able to drive it home properly. All right, so let's look at the key characteristics of personalized learning. The first there is interest-based lessons, meaning that your lesson should be based on the student's interest. I was talking, I'm in a different country, and I came here thinking I wasn't going to go into teaching, but I've started to, rescind back on my thoughts. And I was talking to a fellow Canadian teacher. She has been here for quite a number of years. And I just wanted to have an input of how teaching was for them. And she said something, she takes intermediate, she takes elementary, but you have the foundation intermediate, right? So she takes intermediate, and she was telling me that, the first day in the class, she just had a one-on-one conversation with all of our students, and collectively she learned that they love Taylor Swift. So in driving home our messages or our teaching, she always relates our examples or our narratives to Taylor Swift. And at the end of the day, I'm not a big fan of Taylor Swift, but that's for my own person, do you understand? But if I know that this person is who the children relate more to, then I will make sure that most of my lessons, most of my teachings, the narrative, centers around that person, because it then piques the interest of the child and it makes the child also want to listen more. Now, we look at tailored content and goals. Now, these should also be geared to the individual needs. What are the needs of that child? If that child cannot write properly, if that child is, let me leave handwriting. For instance, that child cannot properly construct sentences. Your focus on that child will be taking him through the rudiments of grammar, what a sentence construction is, and then afterwards you're bringing in creativity, whereby you move into your adjectives and all of that. So you should make sure that you're gearing your teaching towards the needs of the individual. There are some children, when it comes to writing, maybe writing an essay, starting a story is an issue, is a problem. Your focus will be on that orientation, on the beginning of the story. For some, conclusion, ending a story is superb. But before you end the story, the body, the introduction and the body is completely off. So now as a teacher, when it's time for writing, your focus more is how that child builds upon builds on his idea. In order not to waste time, let me just try to run through this. Now, you look at collaborative learning too. This encourages group work among students with similar learning style. I don't know, I've used this method so much in my class, but I'm always very careful about this method, because sometimes, the bad habit of one can rub off on the other. Now, what do I mean? I see children, sometimes I know I know the students I teach, I know their strengths, I know their weaknesses. And I know that sometimes it might be very hard for me to communicate to them, maybe because I guess my vocabulary is bigger or what, I really don't know. Or maybe, as a teacher, they just just feel she has that teacher tone. But if it's on one-on-one basis with their mates, it's easier to assimilate. So what I always do is to partner both children. When I see one whose strength is in that, I try to partner both of them together. And you see, eventually, that's strength tends to rub off on that person who had a weakness in that area. But when you see other bad habits trying to, rub off on the other person, you should know how long. What I'm just trying to push here is that this should be for a limited time. It's not something that should be constant, because as humans we have a way of also taking on bad characteristics from the other, especially when one person is very strong in such immoral behavior. Now, going further, you look at the student's choice. You allow students to decide how and what to learn. This will really take root in when you're teaching elementary classes. Like I said, you get to know them, get to know what their interest is in, and this would really help you in going a long way in communicating more or personalizing your learning to the student. Also, pace instruction. You have to make sure that your learning is adjusted to the speed or to the pace of that child. I know we are always tempted. Trust me, I've worked in organizations whereby they're going through your lesson notes every day, or if not every week, asking you why you're still on this topic. And when you're trying to explain how these children have not been able to grasp the concept, it's like you're not a good teacher. So I know that that's also one of the downfall of trying to personalize learning for the child. But, if we really want this to be our major goal, then you have to work with the pace of the child. If the child has not learned how to write A and B, you can't move that child to writing C. You have to make sure the child learns or grasps the concept of how to hold this pencil well and scribble that A very well before moving on to C. Now, also technology integration. In this day and age, I don't even think this should even be a point, because the world as it is technologicalized, if I'm meant to use that word, right? So we are made to make sure that we are able to imbibe or integrate technology into our learning. Now, what are the benefits? What are the benefits of personalized learning? The first will be improved academic performance. You would see success rate amongst your students' performance. And this will also help to foster good relationship among the teacher and the student, because the student understands that you are there to help him or her excel. The student understands your importance in their life, and you would see they will also, as a payback, I understand what you're doing. I understand the sacrifices, and I'm beginning to grasp the concept. You see that child do so well, and when a child does so well, it motivates him and makes him happy, and he gives the accolade back to the teacher, telling the teacher, "Oh, you did this for me, and I'm happy." Also, you look at skill development. Now, focus on soft skills like empathy, communication, and creativity. Now, why is empathy the word there? The truth is that if you don't put yourself as that child, you might be focused on trying to meet up with the targets of the school and forgetting that the main reason why you are a teacher in that school is to impact knowledge on that child. And if knowledge has not been impacted, teaching has not taken place. So it's important you see yourself through that child, and you understand that, oh, this is this child's weakness, this is this child's pain point. Like the project managers will say, this is your pain point. So how do I work on making sure that this no longer becomes a pain point? You have to put yourself in that child, and you will be able to recognize or identify the needs of that child easily, and be able also to communicate and bring out the creativity within that person. Now, as a student, as a teacher rather, you should be a mastery of the subject you're teaching. But aside from you being a mastery, you will see that this child begins to grasp the understanding, the concept of what you've been teaching, and becomes a mastery student of that topic. This is one of the comments I love to use, especially when a child, if I give a task to a child, and a child, scores everything. For example, maybe I grade the child 10 out of 10. I always write there that congratulations, you now have a good mastery of the topic taught. Well done. This is something I always do, because I believe that for that child to have scored this, and not an home assignment, I always give that comment for an in-class activity where I know that they have to do it on their own. So, when I know that a child has been able to excel from point A to point B, it just tells you that they've been able to master that topic that has been taught. Also, you see, it encourages collaboration. Now you tell yourself at the end of this, I want this child, every teacher or every lesson has its objective. And when a child, or when the children that you teach has or have been able to reach or get to that objective, basically you've been able to, achieve your goal. So this also encourages or promotes goal setting and teamwork. Now, improved feedback. You always get frequent and timely feedback, and this can also be facilitated by technology. We all use educational platforms, even from Google Classroom all the way to Zoom, or personalized school platforms that you guys that every school uses. Now we have a way. In the last school I taught, there was a way that you are able to see feedbacks of students. So this also helps in improving feedback. When a task is given, the child and the parent is able to write to you even after the task has been done, that this were the issues, challenges I had facing or at carrying out this activity, this class activity. However, this, so when those feedbacks have been given, as a teacher, you go back to it, you read through it, and you make sure that you take two corrections, or not corrections in a way that you committed something ill, but you take two corrections and you understand, okay, how well can I, when our next lesson or the next time we'll be meeting, how well can I drive through my point that this child is able to grasp the concept at ease. Also, efficient use of class time. You see that class time is now what? Effectively used. It's not like you being in class, your body is there, but your mind is out. Rather, you see active participation amongst the children or the students you're teaching. They're engrossed in what you're saying because learning has been personalized for them. So the focus now is on quality teaching and not quantity. Like most schools will always drive, you need to complete all of this before week 5, week 6. I understand what they call it, the downside to all of this. And those are things we'll look at in this slide. What are the challenges in implementing personalized learning? We can say what are the barriers, and you will see that one of the main reasons why this personalized learning isn't really implemented in every classroom is because it takes time to properly follow personalized learning paths. And using the most easily accessible learning strategy and online platforms such as your school portals and learning management system, it is possible to remove the barrier that may prevent the primary or secondary school classrooms from implementing this personalized learning. So what am I saying? 1, balancing competency and standard. You need to find a balance between personalized learning and grade level standard. We know that at this particular grade, this child needs to understand or achieve this. But if the child is not yet ready, if the child is not yet there, what will you do? Will you say, oh, at least I've taught my part, I've taught the week's topic? Is that what you're there for? To be a decoration, to come and stand? Because that's what the child sees you, as a decoration in class. You just blabbing because no impact, learning has not been done. So I know that all of this might look fancy, but the truth is that if we are not intentional about these habits, if we are not intentional about personalized learning, we will never achieve it. So it has to, and this takes me back to, I really don't want to repeat myself, but everything has to be embedded in the curriculum. It can be at federal level will be very, very fantastic. But school level is also encouraging. But like I said, where as teachers we move from school to school, it then becomes an issue because every school has its own culture that you cannot come and just basically try to, take control of. You will still have to acculturate yourself to the culture of the school. So it's important that all of this must be embedded in the curriculum, in the country's curriculum. Now, data management, challenges with data informed learning, which is, it's one of the downsides to that. I did talk about how with the school portal, the child can give his feedback, but sometimes you really don't know when a task is being given. You really don't know how well this child, if the child performed this task on his own or he had to solicit for help through either parents or guardians or whoever that was close by. So this is one of the challenges. Also, when you're transferring data from online, there's always a tendency that data gets missed or misplaced. It's always, that's one of the risks about data management. When you're transferring data, because you have to move data, you have to interpret data, there's always a possibility that data is lost. So this is what this is saying. Now let's go to teacher training, which is paramount. A school that refuses to develop or train its teachers is basically heading to its own failure. The only thing constant is life is change, and teachers need to keep abreast of the trends in education. And if the teachers are not trained in such capacity, the school will fail. The ideal of the school will fail because you don't have qualified teachers to drive this through. Now, time constraint. Aside from teaching field, I guess even in life, in every phase of life, time will always be a constant issue. So yes, our busy schedules limit time for developing personalized plan, and that is why I'm of the opinion that this should be embedded in the curriculum. Once it's embedded, you know that, okay, for the first 15 minutes or first 20 minutes of my lessons, this will be on critical learning, developing the critical learning of the students, asking questions. The idea here is not to make sure that you've completed teaching adjectives for week 5, but the idea here is that your students are able to tell you what an adjective is, give different examples of an adjective, and use it in their writing appropriately. So we do understand that time constraint is one of the barriers. Also, so how do we overcome these barriers to implementing personalized learning? You may have to make use of your school portals, your learning management system to streamline processes. And this was one of the good thing that came out from COVID, if I'm to say. Most schools were able to seamlessly move to online teaching. And you see, those schools that were not able to do so had to shut down. They had to shut down because I guess we were online teaching for 6 months, if I'm to say, right? I think between 5 to 6 months we were online teaching before we were even able to resume. And even after resuming, some schools went back online. It was just other schools that were able to foster through, and what they did was to inculcate online learning and online teaching to their physical teaching. So it's important that we make use of these school portals whereby we're sending assignments, activities, getting to know the feedbacks of the children, doing presentation online whereby you group students together, you tell them to come up with their presentation, which they record, send back to you, make use of all of this. Now, also, it's important, I don't think I can emphasize this more. Teacher training and support. It's important for every school to train their teachers. If you look at you training your teachers and after 2 years or 1 year, they move to another school, it will be to your detriment. So the time that they are here in your school, how are they going to perform? So if you start looking at that, then you will not move forward. So it's important that the crops of teachers you have in your school are well trained, and training should be a continuous thing. It's an ongoing thing, not a one-time thing. Also, there should be strategies to balance competency-based learning with academic standard. And this is why I say I've taught, I'm a teacher. I know how it can be very frustrating when you're trying to explain to your HOD or to your supervisor that I need to teach this subject for 3 more weeks because this child doesn't grasp the concepts, and you're being seen or appraised low. You might even be appraised low for underperforming. So it's important that if schools want to drive this, they are able to marry both. Now, how do we move forward with personalized learning? This should be in our framework. We need to, design learning sequences and assessments using a personalized framework. Framework here, another name, curriculum. Okay. So also we need to focus on digital and analytical skills. We need to develop critical thinking skills amongst our students. I'm not going to say so much here because I think Sandra did justice to that in her explanation. Now, also, we need to rethink content delivery. How do we engage students? How do we pick their interests? How do we make sure that, our teaching is interest driven? These are things that we need to make sure that we are practicing, we are doing. And every child, like I said, every child is unique. Every student is unique. So you have to make sure that their learning pathway is also unique. So you're meeting diverse. In my last school, I did teach, different nationals. We had different students from, parts of the world. The Europeans, we had the Asians, and it was in Nigeria. We also had Nigerians. We also had our neighbors from Ghana, and we had from different nationals. And trust me, education is different in different countries. So you had to make sure, when you're dealing with, I noticed that, when I taught students from Asia, they would always want to do more research. They will always want to conduct, because that was what they were used to, critical thinking. They were used to critical thinking. So you give a topic, they are giving you like 10 pages delivery. They're telling you, oh, based on what you gave me, this is my assessment, and it's 10 page. And it was really, for me, it was, it really pushed me. But I was proud that in my time in that school, I was able to meet the needs of my student, because I understood that they were coming from a different country, different background, and I had to meet them at their needs, especially those who could not even interact properly in English. I was still teaching them, and I had to teach them the content of what, based on my lessons. But I had to make sure that I started learning some of their languages. I said, I'm Igbo. I've not even spoken Igbo finished, but I started learning Portuguese. That was how bad it was. So those are things you have to, as a teacher, those are things you have to pick on. Those are things, or even as a school, those are things you have to pick on. And the good thing with that school is that we had people who worked with the students who had, I won't say learning needs, but because it's not as if they were not intelligent. It was, either sometimes delivering the lessons in English was a problem. So we had to find a way whereby we could deliver lessons in their language. Then also you had students who really didn't understand the concept that was taught. So we had a room that we will meet with them and break it down, bring in technology. They watch videos on that. We explain. We're not the teachers of the subject, so that we're not the teachers of the subject, but we had a way of also working with the students. So I just feel these are things that needs to be embedded in the school. All right, so let's look at what we are talked about. What are the importance of personalized learning? We said we're meeting the needs of the child, the strength of the child, the interest of the child. Teaching or learning is tailored to meet the child's needs. Also, we said that we need to encourage not just the school, but even the government itself, curriculum developers. There should be an encouragement to adopt personalized learning strategies in school. And then what are your final thoughts? I think this I would leave to you. What is the future of personalized learning in Nigeria, in the school you teach, in our community? What do we think? Is it something that is achievable? Is it something that is doable? I think if we focus more on the needs of that child and we try to balance, the academic achievement of a child, of what is expected, of the expectation of a grade, if we can balance those things together, I guess we would be successful in that. But then I'll leave that to you to make up your own conclusion. And on this note, I end my slide. Thank you so much for your active participation. I'm going to stop sharing now. So I'm going to leave the floor to you all to answer your questions. If you have any questions to ask me. And while we're doing so, I guess I will be calling on CJ. CJ should have spoken before me. So CJ, I'm sure you're getting ready to come on stage. All right, so I'm waiting for you all to put in your questions. I guess you can communicate to me through. Okay, so I think there've been chats going on. So let me see. Okay, all right, okay. Wait, I want to know if this is for me.
Someone is raising their hands. I think Bola.
Oh, okay, all right. So I was reading the chats, but I noticed that I don't think that was for me.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, so I've
thank you.
unmuted you, Bola.
Thank you, Sophia. That was a brilliant presentation. Yes, I just wanted to answer your question because you posed the question to us, right?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
So, yeah, my answer is yes. Personalized teaching is possible, and I have done it before. Like I mentioned, as a former director of academics in a school or at a school, I ensured, we infused hands-on activities into our curriculum. So I want to say again that I would rather not wait or advise teachers or encourage teachers or educators to keep saying it has to be infused in the curriculum before they do the right thing, before they take in, before they use this trends, this current trends and 21st century pedagogies. I beg to say no. Okay, as a former school leader, I actually actively infused inquiry-based learning into our curriculum. It is not until the federal government changes the curriculum, the general curriculum. I would say for any proprietor or proprietress that want to start a school, sit down with your, yes, the national curriculum is important, but there is a way you can adapt it and infuse hands-on activities, inquiries-based learning, project-based learning into your curriculum. We do not have to wait till, the government wakes up one day and say, oh, we've done the wrong thing. Because that means our schools will keep churning out. We can see the trend, the malpractices, the alarming malpractices, because we've not taught our students, our learners, to develop critical thinking skills. And the only way that this can be possible is when we infuse the 21st century learning pedagogies into our curriculum, into our framework. So this is what I stand on. Every week, almost every topic had hands-on activities, had creativity. Ordinary maths, there are ways we could do this. individually in individual schools. It all takes, determination. Yes, it takes time. I sat down sleepless nights working on my school curriculum. So this is what I encourage teachers to also do. There are ways we can do it. Within your classroom, you can infuse personalized teaching. Yes, it is time consuming, but when you plan it into your lesson plan, when you infuse it and plan in your lesson plan already from the beginning, you will find out that it is easy to demonstrate and to achieve. So this is just my take on the question you've posed to me, to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Oyebola. Also to buttress what you've said. In my last class, in the last school I taught, when we are making our lesson plans or curriculum outline, we would say, there was a particular column where we would say many, few, no, we would say many, some, and few. And that's understanding that we know that the children in our class are not the same. Their pace are different. And some will grasp the concept easily, others it will take time. So that was embedded in our curriculum. But that was for that school, which I really, admired. But in the previous school I taught before then, whereby you had 3 teachers teaching a particular arm, it was like you were in competition, like you must do this before you must have completed teaching this particular topic before this week. And when you understand, especially when you have children who are children who are loving, who are also challenging you in certain things, and you know that the pace of this class cannot be with the pace of the other arms class, that is where school management team comes in. Do they understand? Do they realize that as the driver of my class, I'm driving my class based on their needs? And no 2 class should be in competition. So I think it's a very good thing that, as a school manager, you introduced all of those things. However, I believe that, when you say as a school, I don't understand. Yes, as a school. But you see, why they don't understand is because they never read the curriculum to understand that this is important. So I'm sure if it was also embedded in the federal curriculum, and as a teacher, you're a driver, you're telling no, but there shouldn't be comparisons. Rather, we should see that every needs of the child is met. Then you have parents, on the other hand, who will say, Miss so class, they've done this topic. In the school I taught in, they compare teaching in my school with another school's teaching. It was crazy. Because they said, those schools, they were always turning up students who were moving to a particular gifted school, more or less. So they would say that in that school, they're teaching them this, while in our school, they were teaching, So you have so many players in this field to consider. But I'm really grateful that, in your time here, when back in Nigeria, when you were a school leader, all of this was dutifully included in your curriculum. All right, so I have I think Ijama's hand went up first before Ifoma, right? So I'm going to ask you, Ijama, to talk, and afterwards Ifoma is going to speak.
Hi, I think Ifoma's hand actually went up first.
Oh, really? Okay, so Ifoma, please, can you speak? Then afterwards, Ijama will speak.
Thank you, Sophia. Yes, it was an amazing session. So I want to buttress on what Mrs. Oyebola said, because I believe children have different learning patterns, which ranges from auditory, visual, kinesthetic learners. And for me, if teachers don't go the extra mile to ensure that every child follows through, then the goal and teaching has not been achieved. And I don't know, but for me, we all know how Nigeria is. I still do not agree that we have to wait for the federal government. This is a wake-up call. That is why organizations like Voice of Teachers Conference is coming up, whereby teachers are made to be aware that they need to do the extra thing to ensure that children are taught properly. The fulfillment should be that, oh, it was because of me that this child did this the extra way. It is because of me that this child had the moral justification to stand anywhere in the world. It's not about raising local champions. We should have the ability to raise children that, oh, well, just like you mentioned, the children in China, they go the extra mile. Can we say that we'll bring a Nigerian child who has, been taught in a certain way? Will they stand with the Chinese children? That should be what should be ringing in our heads. So for me, if there is an unhealthy competition amongst classrooms, this should be curbed by the leaders in the school. That is where the roles of the administrators, the head of schools, they come in. If the head teacher does like spot checking from like day to day in different classrooms, she will know when the competition is becoming unhealthy and she nips it in the bud. The goal is common. It's not about, oh, Ifeoma is the best teacher or Sophia is doing way better. The goal is that the children are taught properly. The goal is that the children are taught like in ways that is all encompassing, using hands-on activities, using Montessori methods, using like relating activities to real life situations. In fact, is going more and more. So we should not, just look at it in a way that, oh, unless it is embedded in the federal level, that is when we can do more. That's my take. Thank you.
Sophia, please, before you react to that, can I say something, please?
Oh yes, please. I wasn't even going to say. I wanted you to
Yes.
first talk before.
So basically,
Yes.
let
Yeah.
me say I understand where Sophia is coming from. So can I say something? Sophia is not. Let me not speak for Sophia.
Yes, please.
But I
Yes,
think
please.
Sophia is not disagreeing. She's not saying we should wait for the federal government. So imagine those children from China, yeah, that all acted the same. If you check, I am sure they're not from the same province, talk more of the same school, but all of them had a shared desire to do something further because it was common, right? And something like that can only come from a policy that has been said to all these schools. Oh yeah, this is the policy. All of you, make sure you run this stuff like this. So I don't think she's necessarily saying we should sit down and wait. She's saying that if the country is to like progress to a certain level, these things have to be at a policy level. You can't just sit down in your class and be doing stuff. We, just like Vivian has risen up, chased us with stick and broom, to come and do this conference. Somebody needs to stand, and say, Nigeria, we need to do this. And it's us that need to do it. So it's not just about doing stuff in our little corners, which is why if you go to private schools now, and once a child leaves your class, you see parents say, this teacher in this class, oh, she cannot teach. Do you understand? Oh, is that teacher that we want? No, that's not the way it's supposed to be. So I understand where she's coming from. So that when you see the policy as a teacher, you'll be like, okay, this is what I need to be. This is what I need to do to go into teaching. Do you understand? Already, that mindset is already in you when there's a policy. Not when you go there and they bring a new policy, like, man, this is not what I signed up for. I want to close by 3. I don't want to be doing extra work. Do you understand? I am sure that anyone who gets this information, if you're not willing to implement it, is either you are lazy or you are not called to the job. And those are not the kind of people we need in this sector. Do you get it? I'm sure everyone who receives this news that is sensible, e.g. like us, you want to do something about it. So I don't feel like it's like saying we're all going to sit down and wait for federal government. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm out of breath. I'm not sure why. But I understand where she's coming from. I understand where Ifeoma is coming from. Ifeoma, why are you raising your hand? Okay, I rest my case for now. Because I've not said what I wanted to say, but I'm reacting to Ifeoma.
No,
I think she also wanted to
hand I raised. No, I wasn't going to say anything in.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, sorry.
So, it's still to let me even clarify all that I've said. I'm not saying that we shouldn't encourage this at the school level, but we're looking at the children at a wider range. We're not just looking at children who are attending this school in Lekki or that school in Magodo. We are looking at the country at large. They all have teachers, they have schools that you're going to. How well is all of these project-based learning, personalized learning, how well is it being embedded in the school's curriculum outline? Because at the end of the day, we are still churning out children that they will leave the primary school and go to the secondary school and mix with those children who were fortunate to have all of this go on in their school. So I'm not saying that we should start. I'm not saying we should not start from our school. Oh yes, excellent. We should start from our school, but this should also be done at a federal level so that the drivers, who are the teachers, clearly understand that this is what is obtainable. And even the ones who are new to teaching, in my previous school, they'll say it's by mistake they fell into teaching. Even the ones who will mistakenly fall into teaching, they will understand that this is what is obtainable. And they won't be breathing down on our necks, making us see that we need to achieve these lessons by week 10. Rather, they will know that education is geared towards the personalized learning of that child, and not the grade expectation of that class. So that's what I'm saying, that we need to marry both. We need to understand, yes, every class, every grade should have its own expectation. They will tell you it's expected that by grade 1, or you should know how to spell your sight words. You should know how to do this. You should know. We all know that. But if a child is not ready, in education, I remember studying education in Unilab, and our first class is in EDA 101. They will tell you, if there's no willingness or readiness there, learning cannot take place. So the school needs to be willing and ready. The country needs to be willing and ready. And then everyone, when there's a marriage of both ideas, it's success. But when one school is doing one thing and the other school isn't doing one thing, how effective will it be at the end of the day on the lives of these children? It's not going to be effective. So even while I'm saying, like I said, I've taught in school where this was not personalized learning, was never. It's an alien word. I've taught in schools right there in Nigeria that personalized learning was not even thinkable. Then I taught in schools whereby the curriculum was towards personalized learning. But it shouldn't be. The disparities in curriculum shouldn't be so much. And that's why even among school, you have this unhealthy rivalry. You have schools not willing to share their curriculum with one another. No, don't share. You see them holding. Why? If there's a general curriculum everyone is using, what will I be doing with your curriculum? So those are things that we also need to take into cognizance. And I don't understand your point, Oyebola, that as a school we need to start with that, but that's because you taught in a school whereby even though the resources were limited, you were able to get that done. What about schools that do not have such resources? So the moment all of this is included in the national curriculum, it will be easier, and even the school management will understand that learning is personalized and not towards attainment of the grades or the class expectation. All right, let me see if I have any other question. If not, I want to know, CJ, are you in?
I have a
Because,
comment.
oh yes, please. Okay, yes. So I just wanted to know if CJ is in, so that, because I know he's our next speaker, and
CJ is still there. Okay, thank you so much. There's something about everybody bringing out their own opinion. It makes you think deeper, it makes you think deeper. In fact, it takes you to directions you've never even had such thoughts before, okay? And I guess this platform is good, okay? Because each time we finish this, I always gain from different speakers. And honestly, I appreciate, and I will continue to appreciate every speaker. Now, when you were talking, Sophia, you said something. You mentioned Taylor Swift. When you said that, and I was waiting for you to say maybe Taylor Swift has an adage or something that is known, that Taylor Swift mentioned something that, tickled your fancy as a teacher or whatever. Well, I now got to know where you were taking us with Taylor Swift. And I'm like, wow, I had that experience, last year, November. I was in Madrid, November. So in November, when I got in here, I'm in Spain, when I got in here, I was like, I don't want to stay idle. I want to do something before, I can actually get my work permit to really do other things. So I was just lucky enough, I signed up with one organization. Okay, so they try to merge you with, what's it called? With homes and all that, okay? So, but you will go through series of interview and all that. So by the time I got to that interview, they now told me, okay, this family, they like you and blah, blah, blah. But do you know, this particular child, when you get in, she's familiar with football. They mentioned the footballer. So they now said, you have to narrow all your whatever to this particular speaker, to this particular footballer and blah, blah. When you mentioned Taylor Swift, and I'm like, wow, it's similar. Okay. And of course, that stuff helped, when you're talking about personalized learning. Yes, it helped because, at the time when they told me that, of course, I'm coming from Nigeria, and such experience wasn't so, it wasn't so deep in Nigeria. But honestly speaking, I think I'm going to mention this school, Buttercups. Buttercups did a lot for me in my teaching career. Buttercups, I give it to them. Is a British, it's a British curriculum, pure British. The woman is doing there. She has a school in UK. Okay, so that was where I had an idea of this. So when you came up with Taylor Swift and personal learning, I was like, okay, you are in Canada and this is happening, and also this is happening in Madrid. Okay. And when you were talking, and I'm like, I could start counting all the schools I've taught in, whether they actually had this kind of, trying to personalize the learning for a child, trying to, get this child into thinking, into their own method of learning, or style of learning. But honestly, no. Why am I saying this? I'm just trying to say that indeed, we have a lot to do. We have a lot to do as an individual. Yes, as a teacher, as a team, meaning as a school team, we have also a lot, like our government also has a lot to do. Our commissioners and the federal level, the state level, the federal level, they have a lot to do. And that's why they have to actually sit down and understand that they really have a lot to do. Just like I am so upset about Enugu State that is moving forward. I keep saying this. Only Enugu is trying to move forward. And how about the rest? And like, I'm not angry, or rather, I'm not trying to say I don't like what they are doing. I love what they are doing, but I'm like, where are others? Where are others that Enugu is trying to move forward and they are like, and they've not heard of this, and they've not sat down to say, okay, we are coming up with this. I'm sorry to say this, but I just read yesterday. I was even discussing with one of us, a particular commissioner in our country commissioned 4 blocks of school building, and everybody's clapping. I'm sorry to say that. I'm sorry to say what I'm about to say. Honestly speaking, it's not something to clap for. It's not an achievement. I am sorry. They should come and look for me. They should call me. They should do anything they want to do to me. But it's not enough. You commissioned 4 blocks of whatever, and they're clapping for you and everything. What the heck? We've passed that level for a commissioner to just go and commission 4 blocks and they're clapping for you. I'd be honorable, whatever. I don't even know. I don't want to call anybody's name. But you look at it, we are talking about SDGs accomplishments, goals. Okay. Do you know that MDG that they started 2000, we've not achieved any of those goals. 2000, that is 24 years. A child that was born in 2000 today is 24 years old. Nigeria cannot say they've accomplished.
And has finished secondary school,
and
even college level.
You're looking for a job, oh. Thank God, oh. Can you imagine? No, we need to let them, we need to speak out. Yes, voice of the teachers, let them hear us that this is madness. There was a movie I was watching, they had to speak out. And yes, if you want to kill me, I'm surrendering myself. All this nonsense should stop. Let's actually have let them sit at the federal level, at the state level, and really think of way forward for this generation, for our children. The whole country is leaving us. They said in the next 2030, the people that will hold economic power is going to be China. Very soon, what we hear is Dubai. And then Nigeria, what? Well, thank you so much. Honestly speaking, I know that I have lots of passionate teachers like me, and if we continue talking, we will not even, the time allocated to us, we will exceed it and do it, and even go into exhausting everything, but making people feel tired and all that. So I guess I'll rest this case here. I hand over the floor to you, Sophia. It's pathetic sometimes, honestly.
All right, thank you, Vivian, for your passionate input. I guess I really is CJ, are you ready to come on?
Yeah, somebody still wants to contribute. Can you hear me? Somebody
Oh,
says
okay,
she
yes.
wants to contribute. Maybe I'll take the question.
Okay, I
Because
think
I'm available.
Don't worry, it's just a sentence. I wanted to tell Vivian when she said in Nigeria she did not see, which is part of the problem. You can be in one school and think that that school is the worldview. When my kid was a toddler, at a point they told me to bring cars into school because apparently he loved cars. So they infused toy cars into his learning for the counting, for writing, and stuff like that. So that's just an example that different schools can be doing different amazing things that we will never know.
Oh, okay. That's a good one. That's a good one for us to have such, and I know the school you're talking about, and I know they are into Montessori. Like I think they are the only school, I'm sorry to say, let me not say the only school, or rather the only school I've seen, yes.
They are.
Lagos.
They're actually the only one.
In Lagos, that is actually practicing Montessori method of teaching.
From end to end, yes.
From end to end. I know.
Can I correct you? So many schools are practicing. Many schools are using the materials, but not every school.
But they are not practicing.
Yes, they are not doing the lifestyle part. Yes.
Yeah. So we actually have exceptions, and thank you for that. But the annoying part is that these exceptions, when we say every child should have the right to education, these exceptions, you find out that it's not for every child. It's for the rich amongst us. I'm sorry.
And our goal is not just for a particular section or a particular school. The goal, it's a communal goal to see and ensure that every Nigerian child has the opportunity to have a personalized learning. All right, so at this point, I'm going to leave the floor to the next speaker, my fellow colleague, CJ. CJ, thank you for being there. I leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Please, I want to share my screen. I need to be omitted to share my screen.
Vivian, I'm sure you can do that, right?
Sophia, sorry, were you talking to me?
Yes, CJ needs to share screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I've done that for him.
Oh, Wale, you are here. Thanks.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see my screen, please?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Okay, good evening all. My name is Chijoke. Please, my video for now might not be on because my lights are having some issues. So once it comes on, I'll on my video. For now, where I am is a bit dark. So I will just be presenting with my slides at the moment till the light comes on. Thank you very much. My name is Chijoke Ononiwu, and my topic is green building design in educational institutions. I would love to thank everybody who has come for this. Also, the convener for giving me the opportunity to present. Hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
So my topic is green building design in educational institutions. So, and I'll be talking on the benefits and the key features of green building design in educational institutions. Okay, let's get down to the definition so that we understand what is green building design. So green building design, a green building is a structure that is designed, constructed, and operated in a way that enhances environmental performance and resource efficiency throughout its life cycle. The primary goal of a green building is to reduce the negative impacts on the environment and human health by optimizing energy use, water conservation, material selection, and indoor environmental quality. In this definition, there are some key points I would love us to pick, which will make us understand the concept of green building design before we now go deep into dissecting its key features and what it's all about and the benefits and why the clamor for green building design. From the keywords in this definition, I would like to pick these words and I would like us to pay attention. As the definition says, it is a structure, and a structure could be a vertical structure or a horizontal structure. It could be the building that you are seeing where students, teachers, scholars inhabit, or the environment where they play around or where they walk around or where they circulate in the school system or in the school infrastructure. So it's not only the buildings, it's also about the environment. So when we talk about structure, it could be a vertical or a horizontal structure. When we talk about horizontal structure, we talk about structures that has to do with the gardens, things that are not erected on a vertical base, that are just integrated with the environment. So the concept defines green building as a structure that is designed. So first of all, for us to understand this concept, you have to understand the design concept, which means that before a green building can be achieved, there has to be an intention to design a building that conforms to the concept of green building from the onset. So from the brief, there's what we call brief that you give to architects or designers. You have to brief them that you want their concepts to conform with the green building standard. So it is designed. So first you have to be intentional with your design. Then during construction, you should also be intentional in achieving the design you have created through your concepts. And then secondly, operated, because as you have designed, you have constructed, you have to operate that infrastructure. So during the operation of the operational lifespan of the building, just like in project management, you have to be intentional in managing that building to conform to the principles of a green building. So from this definition, we have these key points: the design, the construction, and the operation. So these three key factors have to come into synergy in a way that will enhance the environmental performance and resource efficiency. Note also these words, environmental performance, which means during the operation lifespan of the building, it has to enhance environmental performance. And then resource efficiency, the resources that we are putting into the construction of the building has to be efficient throughout the lifespan of the cycle. So let's go on to have dissected the concept of green building design and what it's all about and how to achieve it. The intentional purpose you have to set in place from the design stage to the construction stage and operation stage. Then the primary goal, what is the primary goal, which is also what we need to understand in this definition. The primary goal of green buildings is to reduce the negative impact. So green buildings, where you have gardens, where you have a well paved out and laid out structure, either horizontal or vertical, It reduces the negative impact on the environment and human health by optimizing energy. We all know in our secondary school and primary school science studies that plants take in carbon dioxide and emit oxygen. So when you have green building concepts, it reduces the negative impact. The release of the carbon into the environment is extracted or taken in by the plants that you have in such environments. And also it helps in increasing the lifespan of the individuals or the people that use such facilities. It also enhances water conservation. We all know that in some countries, it's not easy to harness water, and they don't even get water easily when they drill boreholes. So when you design a green building, you also help in conserving water and even in the collection and how it is stored for use. It's another concept you have to understand that the primary goal in building design, in green building design, is also the selection of material. Nowadays, we know the high cost of building materials and the carbon footprint that concrete and cement gives to our environment, thereby increasing pollution. When we select materials that are natural, like clay, bamboo, and even sometimes you use grass, depending on how you process it and refine it, it enhances the reduction of toxic elements that are released by some construction materials that we have seen as popular and we have come to use every day without finding alternatives. And finally, indoor environmental quality. It also the goal of green building design is also to enhance the indoor environmental quality, which will go deeper and dissect more in as we go on in this. So let me stop here for environmental quality, enhancing environmental quality. Okay, the next thing we'll have to look at is the importance of green building in educational institutions, because somebody might say, of what need is green building in educational institutions? How does it impact? What does it really, what's the need for green building? What's the essence? So the essence of green building, some of the essence of green building, key essence of green building, because if we start to elaborate and bring out the points, it will be many, and we might not have the time within the scope of this conference to exhaust it. But the key points that I will point out that are the importance of green building in educational institutions are energy and cost efficiency. We all know the cost of electricity, at least for those in Nigeria now, the tariffs has increased. Band A, Band B, Band C, I don't know whether they have Band D. And the costs are skyrocketing. So we have to reconsider, and we know that educational institutions are places where people gather, and there is constant use of the facilities, which means there is constant use of energy. So from the design concept of schools, the intentionality to get buildings that save energy, buildings that save electricity bill, buildings that function effectively without the use of light or some artificial sources of airing the environment has to be considered. So the green buildings reduce energy consumption and lower utility costs. So it helps you lower the cost of utilities like light bills and some other bills that might incur due to the concept that was used in the design of your educational infrastructure. Green buildings reduce the energy consumption and lower utility costs through energy efficient systems and renewable energy sources, allowing educational institutions to allocate savings to other critical areas. So even the concept of designing your buildings, from the architect to the structural engineer to the electrical engineer, they all have to work in synergy in green buildings to make sure that the building is energy efficient. The electrical engineers will have to make sure that they use energy saving bulbs, and the light, how they allocate light to the environment is also efficient, that it's not expensive to maintain such facilities when it has to pay in utility bills. Then the architects have to also consider lighting. They have to consider how the buildings are designed so that more of natural light is used than artificial light, so that it will also reduce the utility bills that has to come with trying to lighten up the environment. Even the central areas, like the general areas, the corridors, there's a way architects will design their buildings with the concept of green energy buildings. They will have enough light that you might not need to on your lights during the day because of the darkness that such areas might be having based on the way they were designed. So it also enhances learning environment, improved indoor air quality, as I said before, and natural lighting. I've pointed out on that. When it comes to improved indoor air quality, when you design your buildings having good aeration, it improves the airflow and circulation. There's what we call in architecture, there's what we call cross ventilation. When you design your buildings, having in mind cross ventilation, which the architect has to be intentional about, it improves the air quality and circulation. And you know, in classrooms, you find a lot of students, some have breathing challenges, some have challenges that has to do with asthma and some other things. So when you consider how you design buildings where students will stay, it will also enhance the lifespan and also the comfort of students with some challenges, health challenges that has to do with air and that has to do with air quality. So as I've said before, natural lighting, yes, I've pointed out, and comfortable temperatures in green buildings. Yes, green buildings, when you select materials that are eco-friendly, let me give you an instance. Materials like clay are more preferable in educational institutions than a concrete block that everybody uses in Nigeria, because they are insulators and they don't allow heat to pass through them easily. So most times you see that cooling of environments that are built with clay, materials that are derived from clay, you see that they tend to be cooler than environments that were built with block. So inculcating such materials in your design will also help in enhancing the learning environment, because students will feel more comfortable even when there are power outage or when there are challenges with lights or electricity. The building will remain cool because of the materials that were selected in its construction. And it also creates a healthier and more conducive environment for learning, just like I explained, when it has to do with the selection of materials and the aeration, and leading to a better academic performance and overall well-being. So when students are housed in an environment that is more conducive, they tend to grasp better and stay more focused. So thereby improving their academic performance and also their health and well-being. So it also educational and environmental awareness. Green buildings are also points of attraction, because when you get into an environment that is well landscaped, well designed, well paved, and well structured, you tend to be attracted, and you might not even know what the quality of education they are giving, but only that environment is the first point of attraction. So green buildings serve as a living laboratories that provide students with hands-on learning opportunities about sustainability, fostering environmental responsibility and awareness among generations. So it's also serves as a samples, it serves as a case study for students. And when you want to teach them some courses like in ecology and some other things, you see an environment that is friendly and that is also a sample to teach them such things without going for pictures. They see a practical example of an environment that is well designed and well built from their school as an example. So it enhances their learning and also environmental awareness. They will be aware. They will even pass it on to, in future, how they build their houses and how they plan their environment. So we go on to the next point we have to discuss, the key features of green building. So we've been talking about green building. What are the key features? What are the features you see in a building and you say, this building is conforms to the concept of green building? One of the key features we have to see, or we see in a building that will make us get it that this building has been built to conform to green building standards. The buildings are energy efficient. So I've talked about it. When you design your buildings in a way that they don't need much cooling, they don't need much lighting, so it makes it energy efficient and it reduces the utility bills you have to pay on your building facilities, especially in educational institutions where people use the infrastructure on a regular basis. The sustainable building materials, it's also a key feature in green building because the materials are sustainable. They are materials that you can always that last. They are materials that you can source from the environment. They are materials that the way they serve you has a longevity. So when a building has materials that you can easily source from the environment, you don't need to import them. For example, when you use clay for an environment that has a lot of laterites, when you use there's what we call earth molded blocks, earth stabilized block. For environment where you have much sand, you have inculcated the key features of green building in your infrastructure. Then it has a good indoor environmental quality. So when you design your building with energy efficient concepts and green building concepts in mind, the airflow, the air circulation, the comfort of your indoor facilities like your classrooms, your laboratories are enhanced, and they also ends up enhancing learning for students. Then waste management and recycling in schools. When you build your structures to be green building compliant, you also inculcate waste bins and you also label them. Where do you drop your plastic waste? Where do you drop your biodegradable waste? Where do you drop maybe other materials that are maybe combustible, that can spark, maybe electronic materials? So it also enhances the learning of waste management and recycling. So you teach your students the right way to manage waste. From schools, they learn that you don't throw your garbage in drainage systems, like some people grew up to learn in environments that are not well structured. So your students will learn that no, you don't throw your waste you don't litter your waste because the environment is planned. You have your recycle bin, you have where you recycle your waste. So it enhances the learning of waste management and recycling in schools as students. Then water conservation for people for areas where it's hard to get water. When you design your buildings with the green building concept, you design your building in such a way that you can tap the water that you get from your rainfall and harness it, and if possible, process it in a way that you can use it for future use. You can even process it in a way that you don't need to drill a borehole for flushing of your toilet and some other things you use in school. You can use those water to do all those necessary things you need water for in your school, thereby reducing the cost of your electricity bill in pumping water for your school use. So from there, we'll go on to energy efficiency. We will be treating, as I've already dissected, all the key features, but these are just, let me read them out. These are the highlights of what energy efficiency has to do with green buildings. Use of renewable energy sources, e.g. solar, wind. So you can use solar or wind to generate electricity without using the normal power grid that you have in your country, thereby reducing the cost of electricity. The high performance insulation, I've talked about it. When you use clay to construct your buildings, you reduce the thermal thermal effects of the sunlight on the people that are using the facility. Smart systems like lighting and heating and cooling. I've talked about it when architects are intentional about the lighting and they provide an architectural building that is well lit without that you don't need bulbs to lighten it up, especially during the day. And then the cooling aspect, where you've used materials like clay to do your block works and partition, it enhances the cooling of the structure because the thermal conductivity of clay, they are resistant to heat. So before the sunlight will permeate through the clay partitions, it will be difficult for the students to feel hot in such classroom, even when there is no light. As in when there is no power, the normal power you connect to your national grid. So you are able to use buildings or classrooms that are energy efficient and that are cool without the need for artificial, maybe AC or fans, cooling system, which will increase your energy consumption. So sustainable building materials, as I've talked before, use of recycled, reclaimed, and locally sourced material. As I said, people can use earth blocks where they don't have clay. That will reduce the consumption of cement. And clay, where you have a lot of laterites, for example, in the east and some parts of the west, you have a lot of laterites. So you can use clay to build your houses. But all these things have to be inculcated, as I said, during the design concept, so that the intentionality to use such materials will synergize with the construction aspects and the operation aspects of building. So at the end of the day, when you use sustainable building materials, you also it also gives you that intentionality to have preference for non-toxic and low emission building products. I've talked about it. When you use more of clay that are natural materials, you reduce the use of cement, which contributes a lot to the carbon footprint in our environment. And durable materials that reduce the need for frequent replacement. So when you use clay, for example, it doesn't easily deteriorate like blocks, because when you use blocks that you don't actually know the strength and the capacity, after some time, you see you start having cracks, you start having the blocks deteriorating. Sometimes you even see that the cement mixture and the sand mixture, they start disintegrating. So, but when you use durable materials like clay that are baked, that naturally baked, it reduces the frequent need for replacement or plastering, or even enhancing the surfaces of materials, and even reduces cost as well. So indoor environmental quality, we've talked about aeration in your classrooms. When you have the right design of a classroom from the design concept of the architect, you have enhanced ventilation system to improve air quality. I've talked about cross ventilation in architecture. Use of natural light to reduce need for artificial lighting. I've talked about that in architects designing buildings that do not need much of artificial light. The incorporation of plants and greenery to improve air quality and aesthetics. I can remember those days in my school, we used to have flower pots at strategic places, sometimes even in our classroom and corridors. So when you incorporate such things in your building design, it also helps to reduce the carbon footprint. As I've said earlier on, that plants, they take in carbon monoxide and give out more oxygen. So you have those plants taking in more of the carbon that you exhale and giving you more of oxygen. So it enhances the environment and improves the air quality in your classrooms and even in your indoor facilities. Waste management and recycling in schools. The design of buildings to conform with green building standards, it helps in recycling of school construction waste. Materials that are used during the construction of buildings in schools can be recycled. When you use more of wood, for example, it can be recycled and reused So you don't need to trash them out. So recycling also saves cost of construction. As we all know, the cost of construction is skyrocketing everywhere in the world. So when we incorporate energy efficient, green energy efficient buildings, we reduce the need to throw away or trash our materials that we are using in construction. Rather, we recycle them and use them again, thereby reducing cost. So also, it points out the design that allows for easy adaptation, reducing the need for future demolition of schools. I've talked about it. When you use materials like brick, you can even reuse them. And when you design buildings to conform to green building standards, the need for demolition and the need for cost of demolition, cutting away, and all the dust that will be emitted into the environment during demolition will be reduced. And it also encourages waste separation and recycling. So when you design your buildings to be green energy efficient, you have that opportunity to teach your students how to manage waste, how to separate waste. They start knowing from scratch. As you can see in the slide, students will know a particular waste bin to throw in certain types of materials, plastics, perishable materials, aluminum, metallic objects. They will know how to manage those waste and where to trash them. And not only that they are trashed, it also enhances the recycling ability of those materials, because when you crop up all your wastes and heap them together, the possibility of recycling them will be hard, and it won't be easy to manage those wastes. When it has to do with recycling them, it takes a lot of effort. At the end of the day, they end up in dump sites that cause nuisance to the environment. So water conservation, I've talked about that. Low flow fixtures and water efficient landscapes. When you design your buildings to green building standards, you also consider the fixtures that you use in your plumbing designs. You consider, nowadays we have fixtures that are water conservating. For example, your WC systems, more research keep going on in the plumbing sector on plumbing, on WC, and even your shower, how to design them to use less water, because when you use less water, you also reduce the cost of electricity and the cost of power, because you need all those to pump the water that you use for those that are using national grid. Even for those who are using solar, it saves the battery of your solar system when you pump less water or when you use less water. And also the landscape will also enhance the environment. You don't need to maintain maybe erosion. This place has been eroded. When you plan your environment properly to be efficient with the green building standards, it reduces the need for rehabilitation and reconstruction of your environment due to erosion and some other factors that has to do with natural disaster. Rainwater harvesting and greywater recycling systems, as I've talked about it, green buildings help you in harnessing rainwater and harvesting it, and also in even recycling it. Use of permeable surfaces to reduce stormwater runoff. When you design your schools to be efficient with the green building standards, you have grasses, you have places that are landscaped with grass. It reduces the water runoff. What we call water runoff in engineering is when you have water that has started generating energy from rainfall, they start flowing. When you have places that are paved that can absorb those water, places that are natural like gardens that can absorb those water, it reduces the runoff speed. It reduces the runoff of that water to channels like your central water central drainage system. And it also reduces the erosion effects of water on some areas where such facilities are not robust. So when the intentional acts of planning your educational infrastructure in the right way to conform to green building standards, it helps in reducing erosion and even water runoff in your environment. And we'll go on to the next one, benefits of green buildings for students and staff. As I've said earlier on, all these things are interwoven. Energy efficiency and cost saving. I've talked about when you intentionally design your buildings to be energy efficient, it reduces the cost of electricity. It's because you have more lighting, natural lighting, so you don't need to on your bulbs during the day. It saves you cost. It saves you cost on AC, using your fan, your heating, ventilation, air conditioning, because the buildings are designed to be energy efficient. And improve indoor environmental quality. As I said earlier on, when the buildings are well aerated, it enhances the flow of air. You don't need an AC for air to flow well or for air to be sucked out. When you design your building from the roof structure to the windows, how you design them, having ventilation ducts, it improves the indoor air quality and also enhances the comfort of people who are using that environment, that indoor facility. Health and well-being of the occupants. As I said earlier on, for people who have breathing challenges, when your buildings are energy efficient, they have that comfort and good life living when they stay in such buildings, because they don't need AC, which might affect them adversely, to be in such buildings, because those buildings are designed to be efficient when it has to do with the air quality that circulates. Enhanced learning environments. Of course, when students are comfortable, when the environment is conducive, it tends to increase their ability to comprehend what is being taught to them and their ability to grasp the concepts that are being given to them. Because when you are not comfortable, when you are not in an environment that is conducive, of course, it doesn't encourage learning, and it doesn't increase the learning capacity of those students. So when you have these green building design concepts incorporated in your classrooms, you enhance the learning of your students. The environment becomes more conducive for learning. And also, it also increases the value of the property or the infrastructure. When somebody, maybe tomorrow, the owner of an institution, or when the person is no more, the family wants to sell off or hand over to people that will manage it, the value of that property will be very much appreciated, and people will be willing, for those who want to sell, to buy, because of the way the buildings were planned. Because somebody who is evaluating a property, who is a property valuer, will also look at these things before he can advise his clients on what to pay for such infrastructure. So when you properly design your buildings to be in conformity with green building standards, you see that you have improved and increased the value of your property and even the attraction. People can take their students to schools that are well designed. Just the attraction will be the environment. Before they start talking about the teachers, just the environment, they say, yes, this environment is conducive for learning. And they will be amazed with the detailed attention to detail on how the environment is planned, and thereby it will attract more students, and it's business that attracts more money to your investments, your academic investments. So there's a picture I want to show us. This man's name is Francis Kere. He's from Burkina Faso. He was the first African architect to win a PISCA Prize. PISCA Prize is the highest prize for architecture, just like the Nobel Prize. So what were the factors that contributed to this man being the first African architect to win a PISCA Prize? His concept of energy efficient building, you can see in this slide, the kind of classroom that he constructed in his environment, in his locality. He's a German trained architect. You can see from the roof that the building will be energy efficient because there's that possibility of even air circulating from the roof. And how he raised the roof structure, the roof sheeting, before the heat from the roof will penetrate to the classrooms, it will be difficult because he had that intentions of making his building energy efficient and conforming with green building standards. You can also look at the materials he used for the construction of the classrooms, his clay, which he derived from his local community, thereby reducing cost of construction and even improving the thermal quality of those classrooms. So his attention to design and construction of energy efficient buildings earned him this prize, this very, very deserved award of the first African architect to win the Pisca Prize. So that is to tell you how the world is very, very meticulous about construction of energy efficient buildings and green buildings, especially in educational facilities. So case study, schools with green building design concepts. So I cannot be talking about green buildings and I don't give examples of schools, especially in Nigeria, that have inculcated green building concepts in their school environment. So these are some schools in Nigeria. Some of them have been opportune to be in their environment or even have a view of the environment. One of them is Green Springs School, Lekki, Lagos. So what are the features in this school that makes the infrastructure green building compliant? The green roofs and gardens, the implementation of recycling programs, energy efficient lighting system, promotion of environmental awareness among students. So another school or another building infrastructure, academic infrastructure that has implemented green building design is Lagos Business School. I know that most people in Lagos, on the island, are very conversant with Lagos Business School because the position and location is very conspicuous. The sustainable construction materials that were used, the energy-saving appliances and lighting, water conservation practices, integration of green spaces and landscaping. You can see an area view of Lagos Business School in this slide. You can as well agree with me, they have integrated green spaces and landscaping. Another school is the Regent School, Abuja. So what are the factors that made me choose them as one of the schools that have been intentional in designing their structure or infrastructure to conform with green buildings? The use of eco-friendly building materials in their institution, solar-powered classrooms. So they use solar-powered classrooms, thereby reducing cost of electricity from the national grid. Natural ventilation and daylighting, that is what we talked about earlier, ventilation and daylighting. Waste reduction and recycling initiatives. The waste reduction and recycling initiative that has been implemented by this school also makes them one of the schools that are in conformity with green building design standards. So the last but not the least is Pan-Atlantic University, Ibeju-Lekki, Lagos. What are the features in this school that makes them conform with our green building design concept? The utilization of energy efficient building materials, wastewater recycling system, solar panels for energy generation, and emphasis on natural ventilation and cooling. So you can see with the example of these schools, for those of us who have been opportune to assess this environment, you can now see what makes them conform to green building standards, and at least with a physical view, you will be able to appreciate the environment of those schools and also appreciate what they have put in planning and being intentional in making them energy efficient building by making them green, by putting in the green building design concepts. So in conclusion, I have this quote that has to do with green building designs for us to take home and also for us to have in mind. By embedding sustainability using green buildings into the very walls of our educational institutions, we empower future generations to build a world where progress and preservation go hand in hand. So take the words of this quote serious. So we don't only build individuals just by teaching them. The environment and the infrastructure where they learn it also contributes a lot in how they also enhance the future development of the environment. Then secondly, building green today in our educational institutions is not just an investment in infrastructure. It's an investment in the future minds and stewards of our planet. So when we build our educational institutions and make them conform with green buildings, we invest in the minds of the leaders of tomorrow. We invest in the minds of the stewards of our planet tomorrow, because that mindset of a well-structured and well-designed environment will always be in their hearts and in their minds in future, which means they will carry on that mantle of building the right way and building and creating buildings and infrastructures that are easy to manage and that also enhance the quality of living of people who use it. Then thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present this topic. I remain Chijioke Ononiwu. So please, if there are questions, the floor is open for questions. Thank you very much. Hello?
Hello, thank you. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, as I said earlier on, are there questions? Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Sorry, I missed, what did you say?
I said if there are questions. If there are no questions, then maybe I'll introduce the rest. Thank you.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess the next speaker is Vivian. So I'll hand over the floor to her. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chijioke. Thank you, Engineer Chijioke, for doing justice to this topic, the green building design in educational institution. Thank you. I just hope that proprietors, they will be more intentional when they are trying to, have an environment for learning and for teaching and learning. I hope this will come handy for them. Thank you once again, Chijioke. We appreciate this. Okay, quickly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next speaker. So, Chijioke, I think you should stop share. Okay. Can you stop sharing from there, Chijioke?
Yes, you stop. Let me see if I. Or is it? I think you're the one that to disable it for me.
Okay, I guess I did. Okay, can you see my slide? Can anyone see my slide?
Yes, we can see us. We can see your slide. We can. I can
All right.
see it.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, the viewers who have been with us, especially the ones seeing us from YouTube, and also the ones looking at this and participating fully on Zoom. Today, this night, I'll be presenting and talking on sustainability in education as a means for consistent and standard educational growth. I might want you to know a little bit about me. My name is Vivian, and I've been an educator for over 15 years. Okay, and I strongly believe that every child deserves the right to obtain quality education, just as every qualified teacher deserves the right to be heard and respected in all societies. Okay, once again, I want to say that my topic for today is sustainability in education, a means for consistency and standard educational growth. Of course, I have my team, and I hope you've been hearing from them. We've been here since Friday, and we shall be rounding up tomorrow. I am so happy for this team that came up with me on this topic, sustainability in education. So I'll be looking at the content which I have here, introduction of sustainability in education, the MDGs and the SDGs, about you and me, and we are going to brainstorm together before the conclusion and the question part. So I will start by saying that without means of sustainability in education, our educational system will remain substandard with no tangible growth at all the levels of education. Then I will ask, what does education mean to you? Have you ever sat down to ask yourself, what is education? For me, what is education? Or has it ever occurred to you to ask yourself, what is sustainability? I want to tell us that even our grandfathers and our grandmothers, they've been practicing sustainability in our country, Nigeria, even though they might not know that what they were doing is sustainability. I will come back to this. Now, we asked ourselves, what do you think sustainability means, to you? I know that as I've asked this question, some might start thinking, okay, what does sustainability mean to me? Some people, for us to split it, you can call it continuity, durability, viability, conservation. I saw somebody, Engineer Chijoke just finished talking about water conservation, okay? Preservation, ecological balance. And I knew that yesterday, a speaker also talked about ecological balance. And even the first speaker of this program mentioned a lot about our ecological balance. Now, I would like us to understand that sustainability in education involves integrating environmental, social, and economic sustainability into teaching and learning practices. It involves teaching students about the impact of human activities on the environment. I'll take that again. It involves teaching students about the impact of human activities on the environment, as well as importance of sustainable development required activities. Now look at the picture. I don't know if you are seeing what is happening there. Can this picture explain to you in a nutshell, what sustainability could mean? What I'm trying to actually explain from my own point of view about sustainability. Can anybody try at this moment? Can we hear your voice? Yes, since Friday, we've been talking about sustainability, but I just decided to put up a picture. Can anybody try? Okay, in order not to waste our time.
Yes. Let me try.
Okay, thank you.
Let me try. The picture explains sustainability in such a way that people coming together in agreement, in unison with what they are doing to also increase their stay in whatever they believe in. So when you say something is sustainable, it means the thing is long-lasting. As it is said that two good heads are better than one. So with this picture, three people are bringing their hands together. So if it has to do with them pushing down something or achieving a goal and making it last, it will be easier for them in unity, coming together with their various strengths. So that's what I can understand from the
Wow,
picture,
that's
the
a
animation that I've seen.
that's a perfect explanation. Because in fact, from what you said in unison. Do you know that I was trying to talk about United Nations? So imagine United Nations taking sustainability very serious. You understand? Correct. I just love your explanation as if you were there when I was doing this. Okay? That is what I'm trying to talk about here. That we can imagine for the United Nations to have that time, to create time, to come together to talk about sustainability, then we should take it serious. It's not something we should joke about. In our country, no, it shouldn't be in any way. Everybody, even from the family, we should start from the family to let children understand the importance of sustainability. It's very important. I went further to say that sustainability in education is not only about providing information. No. Yes, it's good for us to have the information. Yes. But then it has a lot to do with providing practical skills. We must go beyond information. We need skills for making our environment habitable daily for everyone. So the first speaker today mentioned about us doing all our activities for it not to affect the future, for it not to affect the children of the future. And that's very important. And I would like to talk about my sustainability story. So there's a picture over here. I tell you that if a Gen Z child is looking at this picture, that Gen Z child, depending on the level, depending on the exposure, will be very confused about that picture. Okay? I can remember this picture when I was a child. I can remember seeing this thing for the first time when I was a child. Yes, in my village, my grandma was the production of this. It's a broomstick. Is a broom that we use. I hope it's shown clearly. We have how many of them together there? I got it from a shop. I had to snap it and then put it here. I was actually amazed to see it in a shop here. Okay, so this, I can remember the production of this, how it is done, how a broom is produced, in our country, Nigeria. I'm happy to say that, yes, in those days, because nowadays is rare for you to see children doing this in our cities. No. So why did I put this? I started by saying that our parents, our grannies, okay, they were into this. I could remember my grandmother, the elderly ones, the men bringing down from the palm tree, bringing it over, and then they have to leave it for it to, overstay and all that. And then they have to use knife. Some people use knives. Some people use is it razor blade or something that looks like razor blade, okay, to carve out the palm tree, in order to make broomsticks. Brooms, I mean to say. Of course, broomsticks, then, tie it together to make a broomstick. In that era, they try to make everybody around understand the importance of palm tree. Palm tree in Nigeria does a lot of things. And honestly, it shouldn't go extinct. I wonder what will happen to us in Nigeria if palm tree goes extinct. Because this palm tree, we can get palm wine from palm tree, from palm, I hope I'm correct. Yes. We can get what's it called again? The kernel, the palm kernel. Okay, we can make what's it called? Body cream. Okay, and then we can make broom. All this, the Gen Z children, I don't know how many of them their parents have exposed to such a thing. I can't say. Well, I just hope that any parent listening to me will understand the importance of trying to make sure that sustainability of a particular learning system, it doesn't die in their hands, yes, or rather a culture, if I should use that word too, so that our children understands that, oh, I learned this from daddy. And as a child, I'm gonna grow up and my children will take it. And I will even teach it, or rather pass it on in a better way for my children to also maybe even enhance it and even talk about the past and how it came to the present. When I brought this picture, my mind was telling me, why are you bringing this? Now we have, what's it called? Brushes, there is no longer broomstick, we broomsticks, or rather broom, we have brushes, to sweep and all that. But trust me, we also have disadvantages of these brushes. By the time you finish, especially, the hair, all the particles that we accumulate on the brush, before you remove it, it's so difficult. I know that, yes, we have advanced. We also have electric cleaners and all that. Yet, it is important for our children to even know where things started, to even know how we started. It will even help their imagination to work, to have a starting point to work from, to not say, oh, so there was this before and this came up and this came up. Okay, I want to follow from the first and then see how I can divert, innovate for even another stuff. Sustainability is very important. All right. So I want to talk about the MDGs. There was a picture I showed off. There was an emoji, or is it it was an emoji, yes, that I showed, and someone from here, Chijoke, our former speaker, actually made a comment about that. And I talked about the United Nations. The summary of that was United Nations coming together, to talk about sustainability. Now, the sustainability goals they came up with, it happened, it was a goal, it was a sitting that came up in 2015, to carry it on, to make sure that they achieve all the goals they listed. But before then, we had the MDGs. I can remember these MDGs. I believe I was in secondary school or so, or coming out, I can't remember. Okay. Yes, I think we just finished secondary school or something. Now, 2000, year 2000, it's listed, there were 8 of them. Okay, so these eight goals were amended, or rather were expanded more in 2015. Because that 2000, in year 2000, it was like this, they made it that, okay, we are making these goals, let's see how we can achieve it from 2000 up to 2015. And by the time I read these goals, eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, and I asked, has that happened in my country? Achieve universal primary education, has that happened in my country? Promote gender equality and empower women. In fact, some husbands use this one to accuse their wives. I don't understand. Reduce child mortality, has that actually happened in my country? Improve maternal health, has it happened? I lost a friend during childbirth. In fact, the truth is that I got to know that in some hospitals, they use torchlights during delivery. In this our century, it's quite painful. Quite painful. I'm not exaggerating this. Torchlights. Okay, number 6 of the goals, combat HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other diseases. Has this actually happened? I could remember when, was it not 2 years ago in the church, a woman was giving testimony that she went for a test, for HIV test and whatever, and they were telling her that she was positive, but she was like, no, let her just go elsewhere and blah, blah, blah. She went elsewhere, came back, and it was negative. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? What are we doing? Such a person, such hospital, whatever, should even come out and declare sorry and lose the license of whoever that did that stuff. That's the right thing to do. Honorably, you step down, and people will respect you for that. You say sorry, you apologize, and you step down. Ensuring environmental sustainability. Seriously. Environmental sustainability. Air pollution is everywhere. Air pollution that is everywhere. Develop global partnership for development. Develop a global partnership for development. You see, when I hear about partnership in my country, I begin to ask myself, will this truly, happen seamlessly and stand this in a standard way? Partnership should actually go about, because you find out that some people, when you talk about this partnership, okay, they are looking at it. What am I gonna gain? Are you gonna gain more than me? And all that. We shouldn't have that kind of mindset. We shouldn't have such mindset, because it's not gonna move us forward. Okay, like I said, the MDG came first before the SDGs, their goals that was now being expanded. Okay, even the first speaker today mentioned the SDGs. Okay, that's the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, I asked myself, we have not finished the MDGs in my country. Is it now the SDGs? Honestly, I was confused though. Maybe somebody should answer me here. I was asking myself, my country is part of the United Nations, and they go for this, right? And the United Nations said that the MDGs that, whatever has been achieved to a minimum, to a maximum, extent and all that. And I'm like, did my country not tell them, sorry, we've not done any one? Or they just sat there and they were saying, yes, 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 they have done? Honestly, I was confused when I paid attention, when I started paying attention to the MDGs and the SDGs. Because like we said, like we outlined the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. Pico, please, I'm asking, which one have we done? Is there anybody that can answer me, please? Maybe I don't know, because we don't know everything. Anybody listening to me here, are you aware of anyone that has actually been accomplished in my country, Nigeria?
None that I know of.
Thank you for that. So is it necessary for us to now outline the SDGs? Well, the first speaker did so. Like I said, the MDG, the SDG was like an expansion. Okay, so where are we starting? No poverty, zero and hunger, good health. Oh no, good health. And my own leaders in my country, they leave my country to go to another country for this health. Yes, some of my leaders. So what have we accomplished? Quality education. How many of the leaders have their children schooling in Nigeria? Quality education. I need to say this. I need to talk about this. We need to say it loud and clear, because something is wrong. Clean water and sanitation, really? Clean water. In Lagos State, where I lived, with our flood, the water we come, oh no. If you are living in Lagos and you are drinking the water, and you are drinking the water from the tap, you need to stop. In Lagos, where I lived, Lekki Island, you need to stop. It's not a clean water, honestly. Affordable and clean energy, Chijioke did justice, the engineer, the former speaker, did justice to this, trying to let us know what we really need, you know, in our country. Excuse me. Decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. I don't even know how to start this one. Reduce inequality. We mentioned it in MDG, that even some husbands, they fight their wives when, you know, they'll ask you, inequality. You are doing equal, you are now equal to me as the head man of the house and whatever. And some will even make their wives not to have any job. You have to stay at home. That's by force. So it's not like the wife is willing to stay at home, but they are forcing this woman. You really have to stay at home. I'm the man, so I go out. And it's not like at the end of the month, you have to give her something to also cater for her life. No. Showing power unnecessarily. We need to grow. We have a long way to go. Okay, without wasting time on the SDGs, when we've not even accomplished MDJ, I think we should go to the next slide. What education is and what education is not. We see all this. I listed some things there. I don't know if you can see it. We see all this in our classroom in different schools. Some schools take scores, like scores scores means so much. Without it, there's no education. Learning has not happened in the classroom. Scores aren't education. Grading aren't education. Cramming is not what education is about. We are talking about that education that needs sustainability. Practical knowledge, that's what we need. Excellent performance, skills. Yes, theoretical knowledge is needed, but this theoretical knowledge, we need to also make sure that we get to the level of practical knowledge. Otherwise, it's nothing. It's just like a dominant knowledge that has not been put into practice or has not been put into motion to accomplish something. So now, if I have knowledge about something and I'm holding it and I cannot even use it for something to make out something to, or even to help somebody, then I have done nothing. I have just stopped somewhere. I've not accomplished the real task, or rather the real meaning of education. This is what we should ponder on. They said education refers to the process of acquiring knowledge. It doesn't stop there. Acquiring the knowledge, acquire these skills, acquire, yes, the values and the beliefs. It just does not stop here. And this is this mostly is the definition we have for education. We shouldn't just stop there. We acquire this thing and put it into practice. I can remember when we as Nigerians, traveling abroad was not, rampant like that. Yes, some people traveled to, study, further their education, maybe in masters, and come back to now look for a better job and all that. Okay. Now, during that period, some of my friends will just say, man, it's not easy. We are just learning theoretical. When we went there, it was a different ball game. Why should it be there? Why should it be like that? Because we don't have the equipment. We don't have it that will help us to do what? Practicalize things. But we are blessed with a lot of resources. But then we have not really redefined our education in our country. And that takes me to the redefining of education. And before I go to this redefining education, I said I wanted to take all of us back. I could remember there was a school before I continue. There was a school, I worked with, and I did something for the kids. I brought in blackboard, you know, the blackboard and the white chalk. And these children started screaming. It was year 3 kids. They've not seen anything like that before. You won't believe it. And I'm like, really? Year 3? Year 3 should be like 7 years or 8 years. I told them that we learned with this, that I learned with this. And they were laughing. It wasn't, you know, they couldn't imagine it. I brought it to the classroom. They couldn't imagine. In fact, that the parents were calling me, they were just like, Vivian, you finished also. I said, that is what your parents used. The children were laughing. So I went and told their parents. I said, yes. You know? So imagine that day, those children had a rethink. Wow, so people could learn from here. I told them, yes. From there, we now went to Maka. And now we have electronic boards, smart boards. They are using smart boards. So these children didn't know what it was to use Blackboard. Okay? So I said education is light. It could be the torchlight. It could be the fluorescent light. And now, as we know, it is a global light. Education, you get it from anywhere. But then how do you use it? How do we use it? How do we pass it on? How do we sustain this education? Very important. I also have, you know, one adage I told myself, whenever I'm teaching, I'm like, or rather, I've come to experience that if you are teaching, you know, I don't know, it has always worked for me. If I'm about to teach and I want to open my classroom, I dramatize. I start with a drama, or I start with a story. Okay? And today, because we are talking about sustainability, I brought a story here. A practical story that happened. You know, there was this rich parent. He now took the child to the village one day, you know. So the child has experienced this, you know, rich, with very wealthy family, you know, and the father decided to take the child to a very remote village. So the father just took the child, you know, they were a child of like 7 years, okay. So they went through the father and the child walking along the street or the neighborhood, or, you know, of the remote village, and the child was looking at people, and then at intervals, the child would just look at the father, and the father, you know, kept an impartial face. And then when after everything, you know, it was like an excursion, you know. So after everything, the father now told the child it was time for them to go home. The child actually said, "Daddy, can we stay for some time more?" The father allowed it. And after everything, the child now said, "Well, Daddy, I guess we can't sleep here, or can we sleep here?" The father said, "No, we need to go home." Okay, so they went home. Now the father came back to ask the son, "So why did you want to sleep there?" Guess what the child said? He said, "I like the way they play together. I like the way," the child was just, you know, saying a lot of things. "I like the way they play together. I like the way they do things together. I like that the daddy and mommy is even available for them. I like so many things, so many positive response." And the father was like, "So what have you learned from there? What have you learned from there that is not happening in this our own neighborhood?" That's trying to let the child compare. The child said, "Well, I just hope that here, mommy and daddy will be more available." Yes, this is like a learning. The father, so me, when I heard this is a story. I learned it happened, but I don't know. But when I heard this, I was like, wow, this is a father trying to teach the child something, but I'm taking it to somewhere. The child now said, I hope my daddy and mommy will be, you know, more available for us because mommy and daddy does not play with us the way their own mommy and daddy played with them. And mommy and daddy, they don't do things with us the way mommy and daddy did everything with we are doing things with the children over there. Okay. Now, the father told the child, this is a 7-year-old child, case study. So the father now told the child, wow, okay, my child, that he has heard what he said. But yes, it's true. Mommy and daddy is this because mommy, in fact, the father started narrating, the city life, why parents are engaged. I have to make money. That's why you are in a rich setting. I have to do this and it needs my time. The father, in fact, after everything, the father and some of his colleagues, they had this conversation at work that made him had a rethink that, no, I need to take my child. I need to have an reorientation for my child. Okay. They had one conversation at work and the father came back to, do this test run or experiment with the child. Okay. And then the father started telling the child, okay, this is it. This remote family doesn't mean that a wealthy family cannot have it, but it has to do with planning. Okay. In fact, by the time this is a 7-year-old, but I think I like this story because I believe that the child is the father is taking this child on a journey, which of course some adults, they've not even thought about. But the father tried to explain to the child, okay, now you have seen this and seen this, but that doesn't mean that's how life is. It's all about your planning. You can be wealthy and still do what? Have this kind of things you saw in the remote village. And even the remote village, they can still come up to be like a wealthy person, depending on what they have to do, facilitate the resources and use it to actually get more, what's it called, financial support and everything. So by the time everything happened, the child said he understands where daddy is coming. He now said, I wish daddy and mommy will actually be there for me more. So you can imagine. And daddy promised, of course, daddy promised the child, we will do better. And remember, the father has had this conversation at work that made him experiment this with the child to even know, what am I doing wrong and what am I not doing wrong? And this is a father trying to learn practically from a child. And this is a child learning now that, of course, I bet you that thing will not leave the child's memory. Is a sustained one. And who knows where he will find himself tomorrow. He will try his best to make sure that that particular child, his own children, will not go through what he went through as a child, seeing such settings in the remote parts. In fact, that was a story, a story I heard, and I decided to also bring it here, to buttress what we are talking about, sustainability. And that means we really need to redefine education, because this father now is teaching the son something that will stay forever with this child. And the child at that tender age has already started saying, oh, daddy, I need you and my mommy, together to do all these things I saw over there with me. Okay. And then if we're talking about redefining education, it's not just bombarding them with arithmetics and how to solve whatever, and so many abstract things that we learned in the upper level of education. We need to teach mastery. Somebody said, give it over to the children. The first speaker talked about student-led education, projects. Let them be the ones thinking out all these things. We think they don't know. By the time they ask you some questions, we won't even be able to answer such questions. Okay, so I'm now asking us, they need to actually teach. What is it for? They need to teach. We need to teach. Is it just for us to go and make money? Someone else said that was the second speaker that talked about when we are talking about having a system, at the federal level, implementing all this and facilitating it so that even if you are not a teacher and you found yourself or you stumbled into the educational system, then there is something that is molding you to let you know that this is the path you need to go. Okay, this is how we do it. Okay, so we are talking about the need to teach. What is even the need to teach? We need to develop critical thinking. we are back to this critical thinking. Yeah, I guess that was when I told everyone that I'm going to talk about Montessori. You see, Montessori method of teaching. Ijoma also told us here that, we can actually take the Montessori method of teaching and make it, or rather, refine it in a way that it suits our environment. Montessori method of teaching, their materials cannot be overemphasized how good it is. Their materials. So imagine we are having this Montessori method of teaching, for every child, because it's student-based, it's student-led form of learning, teaching and learning. Okay. Imagine it. It was looking at how Montessori looks at how many aspects of subjects. It's not where we have all the whole subject, no. That we don't even know what the objectives. Some people don't even, honestly speaking, some teachers, we say what's the objective of this particular topic. But some teachers can't even bring out a good objective points, from a particular topic. I've been opportune to be in the managerial post, and by the time you look at the objective of a particular topic a teacher is handling, you are like, is this a teacher? Okay. In an objective point, you'll be seeing at the end of my blah, blah, blah teaching, a child should be able to define. What are we doing with everyday defined? Even the ones that doesn't need that definition, they will still put that definition will be able to define what is this. Must it be that? And that's the only objective you have. Oh no. We are really failing our children. So the need to teach is for what? Developing critical thinking skills. If your objective is not bringing out the thinking skill a child needs, to grab from your topic, you have really done nothing. At the end of your teaching, a child should develop that critical thinking skill and ability to solve problems, acquire the knowledge and understanding of the world, develop social skills. Okay? Yes. Otherwise, you've not done justice to that topic. A child needs to, at a tender age, we need to start letting children understand emotional intelligence, develop creativity and self-expression, develop a sense of personal identity and purpose. It doesn't stop there if you ask. We can now think about the other objective too that has to do with maybe we that are even impacting, okay, and what we are using, resources and everything. We need to invest in quality teachers. In my country, we talked about TRCN. TRCN, how many people? They don't still have it. Many of the teachers, honestly speaking, many teachers don't have TRCN qualification. They don't have it. And still they're in classrooms. Why? Not to talk of being licensed. How can you teach when you're not a licensed teacher? And we are talking about teaching as a profession. Okay. I don't think I've seen a medical doctor that will enter the theater or enter a hospital without a medical license, without being licensed, I mean to say. You will say, why am I comparing the two? Why won't I? Because any mistake a teacher makes is damaging the whole nation. Ensuring access to education is for all. Is access to education actually for all? In fact, not just ensuring access to education for all, ensuring quality access. No, ensuring access to quality education for all. Quality education for all. Ijoma was talking about the school in Lagos. I know the school she was talking about. Okay? The school practices good Montessori system and all that. But then you cannot see a poor person there. No, in fact, my child cannot go there as I am now. I can't pay such. Only me now. If I have a child, I cannot pay. I can't pay for the school fees. So my child can be in such a in such a school, and the child which I felt, oh, I want this child to be in this school, cannot be in that school. Okay, let's just say yes, we have levels of, like, you can have this and have that, but we don't have. We just have only that. If we had a similar distance that is up to that standard, I will take my child there that doesn't pay, that doesn't require so much money. But we don't have. You see? I wonder what our educational system, our people in the state level, our people in the educational level, I think they should come up, have it. I don't know what they do. In fact, in some sittings, they should make it, I don't know, they should just air it so that we'll even hear what they are discussing. Then I ask myself, sometimes we see Commissioner for Education, he did not even study education. Minister for Education did not study education. What is happening? Is that actually, I'm asking a question, and because maybe I'm confused, or maybe I don't know. Is it proper? Is it? Somebody should tell me, because I don't know if it's proper. I think I'm being confused right now, because I know that sometimes commissioners for education, ministers for education, they are not they did not study education. They've never been in educational setting. They've never been in classroom, you know. So how are they going to actually help the educational system, or the teachers, or the students, or the environmental what's it called, in the environment that we really need, you know, to help these children read, understand, and learn, you know, in a conducive environment? They say incorporating, why are we actually teaching? Incorporating technology, creating partnership, promoting lifelong learning. And that's what that man did to that child. The rich man that took his son to a remote place, it's like a practical journey he took the child on. Lifelong learning. Evaluating and monitoring, yes, important, of course, so that we assist these children, you know, to know where you are going and where you should go, where your interest is, look at what you are capable of and all that, to assist and guide them. Acceptable standard payments. You can imagine. Acceptable standard payments. You see? So acceptable standard payments, for me, why I did this, I made it that, for example, if I'm a teacher, of course you need to, I know what I'm made of, okay? So we need to start, for me to teach, honestly, yes, it's not money that is our motivator or whatever, okay? But there are things I want to do in my classroom. There are things I want to also achieve for myself as a teacher. I want to keep developing me as a teacher. And there are some maybe conferences that I cannot attend because I don't have the money. We really need to look into our educational system. Now, I'm not just going to talk about our leaders and all that. Now I'm going to talk about you and I. What are we really doing? Are we spreading the awareness about this sustainability? Like we are doing, of course. We here, we are doing, but others listening to us, are we doing this? Are we spreading the awareness? Are we helping to reduce this waste? To let children know that we can recycle, that this recycling thing is very important. Even some industries, most industries, they participate in this. So when they grow up, they're going to see this being practically done. Recycling is very important. Are we going to do this for our kids, you and I? How are we helping these children? How are we helping our environment? Promote environmental education. How are we doing this? How are we trying to sustain the promotion of environmental education? Advocate for sustainable practices. How are we going to do this? You will ask, I know you are thinking about why this picture is there. I got this picture from social media. You know, I stumbled on it actually. And I was like, yes, it's going to fit in here. I learned that these parents, you see, is a story again, is another life story, is on social media. So these parents, I think they're on holiday. He took the child, he registered the child, and this is happening in Nigeria. That's my happiness, you know. So they registered this child in a mechanic company, and that's the child, that's their child they're looking at. So the child goes there. That's for his holiday. This is where he goes for let's call it an IT. Okay, so he's learning, and that's sustainable practices. I was so amazed. In fact, it was a wow moment for me when I stumbled on it. It was a wow moment for me. You see? Trust me, the man might not know that he's practicing sustainable educational form of practice. He might not know, but that's what he's giving this child. You know, and he's supporting lifelong learning. Tell me how this child will forget that he did this thing. By the time this child will reach to an adult level, this child will be a pro or a master in this field. Remember, we talked about teaching for what? Mastery. Why wouldn't this child be a master in this field? When he started at a tender age, you know, I even read further about him. I learned that he can now fix some things, you know, that kind of a thing in the car and all that, you know. I was like, wow. I gave him a thumbs up. I say, keep it up. And in fact, the most thumbs up, or rather the most whatever, you know, credit goes to the parents. It was really a wow moment reading that, you know. Participate in community initiatives. Tell me, how many adults actually participate in community initiatives? How many of us? Okay, let me not be the one talking too much. I have something on this screen that says, if you have a power to change our economy in our educational system, what will you do? Let's just say that all of us here now, we are in different states like this, and we got this post as the Commissioner of Education, or even, you know, or even an advisor, a special advisor to the Commissioner for Education. Please, I just want somebody to answer me. What will you do?
Thank you,
As
Vivian.
someone that, okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's someone's hands up. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. Can I go?
Yes, please.
Okay. So it's really a very thought-provoking presentation. Thank you, Viv. So I would like to say, the highlight for me was where you asked why people at the helm of affairs, policymakers, are actually not educators. What Nigeria practice is that we do political appointments. We don't give offices according to, you know, your profession or merit. So what they do is usually they just appoint people politically, depending on, you know, their desires. So that's what happens with appointments with Commissioner of Education or Minister of Education, probably all of whom aren't teachers. So this is one of the bane of education in Nigeria, and why, you know, we seem to be going forward and backward. We seem to go backwards 3 times before we move forward 1 time. So if I, like you have said, if I have the power to change our educational system, I think that will be where I'm going to start first. There wouldn't be political appointment for the education sector. And that is why education in developed countries, as we know, are being given to those who actually studied education. Educational psychologists are the ones developing their curriculum, not just anybody. People that actually studied and are professionals in that field are the ones are the people at the end of affairs. So they know what to do. They know how to, create solutions in that field. So until, Nigeria realizes this, that especially in education and other aspects, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, people that should be there should be people, should be educators, should be professionals in that field. And that is the first thing that we have to correct if we want a revamping, if we want a change in our education sector. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I can see Chijoke's hand up. Thank you so much for that. In fact, I pinned it down. I like that point, about what you are going to do to make sure that educational sector, it's not being led by anyone that is not into the educational line, that didn't study education, that doesn't know anything about concerning educational system, or rather educational knowledge. I like that. And in fact, as we were talking, I'm like, wow, right? That would have been the first step. Yes. Thank you so much for that contribution. CJ, your hand is up. Yes, can we hear from you?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The question, if you have the power to change our educational system, what will you do? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not an educationist. I'm an engineer, but engineers also teach fellow engineers and also technicians. Just like secondary school teacher once gave us a word that I don't forget you today. He said technical drawings, a universal language. That is it's a universal language practiced by engineers and technicians all over the world, which means it's a language.
Choke, can I
My
just
point is
chip in
this.
one thing? Choke, sorry, can I chip in one thing? This thing you just said. I'm very happy,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm very happy you started. Yes, I'm very glad that you started with this, to introduce yourself as an engineer you are. Okay, I'm just happy. Do you know why? Because remember that even your topic was tailored to the what's it called? Engineering part of our education.
Engineering.
Yes or no? You understand?
Yes,
So,
yes, correct.
in fact,
Yes.
so I'm just, in fact, I'm also, this is to buttress what Bola said, that's our first step, that she's going to make sure that this does not happen. You understand? I could remember when we were doing this, you even told us that, once it has to do with technology, you are coming in. This is awareness. You already know. You understand? And in fact, let me leave the floor for you. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm saying in essence is if I have the power to change our educational system, what will you do? I will state 2 or 3 things. One of the things I will say is, my mom is a teacher. She's a retired teacher. And during the course of her practice, I was opportune sometimes to handle her students in lessons. And one of the things I noticed that when you make education practical, students enjoy it. Students enjoy it. And I'm the kind of person that if you are teaching me something and you don't tell me how I will use it to solve the societal problem, I don't get interested in learning that thing. I just lose interest. Because my question would be, if I learn this, where am I going to practice it? Where am I going to use it to solve a problem? So what I'm saying in essence is that I will champion the cause for our education to be more practical. Our education is more or less more theoretical. Maybe, I don't know whether it's funding and corruption, but our education is a hell lot of theoretical issues. We don't do practice, even down to the engineering. We do theory. But today, in the world of globalization, we have a lot of opportunities. You can go onto YouTube, but I'm still amazed that most people don't even use the opportunities. Teachers can go on to YouTube, download videos, animated videos, use it to teach their students. Most of these videos, as long as you're using it for educational purpose, they don't fine you or give you this thing, don't sue you to court when you are using them for educational purposes. Let our education be practical. You are teaching students photosynthesis and you are describing it with mouth. Go to YouTube, download a video, an animated video of how photosynthesis works. Use it to teach your students. Let our education be more practical. That is one. Then secondly is that this issue of Nigeria adopting British style, Turkish style, American style, are we not old enough to build our own structure and system? This same problem is happening in almost every sector. For example, in the engineering sector, Nigeria don't have a code of practice when it comes to engineering standard. We keep borrowing European, we borrow American, we borrow, sometimes some people even go as far as learning Indian standard. Why don't we develop our own? Let us own our own structure and system. The Japanese today, they say they have one of the best system of education. They developed theirs. They didn't copy American system or British system. They sat down, studied their environment, studied the currents happening in their environment and used it to structure their system. Why is it that we glorify our schools in adopting British system, American system, Turkish system? Are we not old enough to sit down and draft our own system and stick to it? Then thirdly, I will also say this. There's a saying that if the lions do not have a historian, the tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. If we fail to write our own history and write our own structure and system of teaching that is embedded in the DNA of our environment and our culture, we might lose this technology boom that is happening all around the world. China, we talk about. China is not copying American system. They are not copying British system. They are owning their system. They are building their own system. They are structuring their own system in a way their own people will understand it. And finally, on this same third point, I know that Nigeria is a multicultural environment where most people have people, for example, in Lagos, you might come to a class, you have Yorubas, you have Igbos, you have Thieves, you have a whole lot of tribes. But I also feel it's high time for
Wow. It's like we lost Chijoke.
universal. It has nothing to do with the language you are speaking. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
yes. Yes, we
Can
can
you hear
hear
me?
you. Yes.
Okay. So let us learn to understand science, which is taking over the world in our own language. Yes, we might have a multicultural differences that you might be teaching a class where you have students from different cultures. But if we can start it from different ethnic groups, let's learn to learn science in our language. I'm an engineer and I know why I'm saying this. The Chinese we talk about today, they learn engineering in Chinese language. The Japanese, they learn engineering in Japanese language. The Germans, they learn engineering in German language, and they're able to do their own research in their language and document their findings. One thing with science is that there is still a whole lot to be discovered. But most times we battle with the issue of even understanding the language we are learning the science with. You'll be teaching somebody engineering in English. The person doesn't even understand the definition of what you are teaching him, talk less of understanding the concepts, which are two different things. So this is where I will stop my comments. As I said, I raised 3 points. Learning with your own language, structuring our own curriculum, and making our education practical, not theoretical. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Chijoke. Thank you for your idea for what you will do for us when you become when you have the power to change our educational system. But actually, we've started. What we are doing, we've started, even though it might be that we are crawling like snail, but we've started, But Chijoke, sorry, I just want to ask you a question. Why would we learn with our own language? I just want to know because you know in Nigeria we actually have. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking aloud. Why would you say? As in, what made you think we should learn with our own language?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay. Why we should learn in our own language? You know, any nation that loses its culture, they have lost their identity. One thing I found out is that the the fact that we all want to speak good English, which I don't have any problem with, it makes us leave the concept, and we are now facing the fancy of the language. Let me use, for instance, you want to learn how circuits work. There are some concepts that are native to your environment that you can use to impact that knowledge to students. I have parents, I have uncles that grew up in the village. When they were being taught mathematics, the teacher will bring some things. He might even bring palm kernel, bring things that are native to their environment, use it to drive in that concept. The most important thing is grabbing the concept. If you are teaching somebody physics, physics is not English. Physics is science. You need to understand the concept. Any way, anyhow, you can drive that concept into the minds of these students. Drive it in. And most cultures and civilizations have found out that the best way to drive a concept into the minds of people is by using their language, not by using a language that they don't even understand the definition of what you are trying to describe to them. Somebody once told me that there was a student, a Yoruba student, in one university in the West. The guy was battling with understanding some engineering concepts. And the guy is a native Yoruba speaker. He understands Yoruba well. He speaks Yoruba well. What the person that counseled him and gave him the advice on how to break through with this challenge he was having was that he should learn to dissect that definition in his own language. If he reads him writing it down with Yoruba language, the way he will understand those concepts, he should write it down like that. Then try to grasp the concept with Yoruba language. When he has grasped the concept and he has understood it in Yoruba language, he can now go back and write it in the simplest form of English language. That's the only way he will understand those things. Because when it comes to science, the most important thing is understanding the concepts, first principle, because you are going to use it to solve a problem. So that's the reason why I say learning a concept in your own language is very, very important, and I think it's the best. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, yeah, I agree with you, but I guess our own challenge will be because we are a multilingual country. You know, for example, Chinese, I think Chinese speak one language, or you know, what's the name of that their language? Mel something, I can't remember. You know, I guess that's our own. Yes, I guess that's our own. You know, major challenge, because imagine I'm Igbo, and then I have my family and my children, they were schooling in a particular school, and then I got a transfer to go to let's say Ibadan, and then I went to Ibadan, you know, and you know his language, this thing, and then my children, let's say I have 2 years, 8 years, and 14 years or 16, and then we now relocate. Trust me, it's gonna be a hell this thing for the children to start learning the language, because it's gonna, you know, be taught there. Okay, let me give you an instance. Like here in Spain, you know, Spain actually has 2 languages, but honestly, we don't really know. It was when I got here, I got to know. Like, let me just talk. Yes, they have their general distance. Everybody is speaking Spanish, right? And then some people that have gone out, you know, want to speak English, learn English, they are speaking English. But then in Barcelona, honestly, when you come this part of Spain, you need to learn a language they call Catalan. Okay, so you find out that a child that is here, and maybe their parents, they now relocate, you know, to Madrid. Now maybe a child that grew up learning only Catalan here, you understand, moving down there might have issues to start learning Spanish. Okay, so because Catalan, of course, the schools here, of course, they have varieties. You know, they made it in such a way that it doesn't affect anybody. But sometimes you find out that some people want to speak that Catalan. If you don't know it, yeah, you get to learn Catalan. You understand? I'm just trying to tell you. Imagine we that have like 500. They said over 500 languages in Nigeria. I think it's gonna be a big challenge, and maybe that's actually why, you know, English is actually gonna help us as our lingua franca. I think so. Hello?
Chuck, are you
Okay,
there?
yes, okay, yeah.
Yes, I'm there. I
Melvina.
heard you. I
Okay,
heard you.
okay. Melvina, yeah, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you very much for this has been thought-provoking, and I really appreciate everyone who has spoken. They quite captured it so well. But I'll just want to address a few things. I'll start by saying that we're a reflection of our choices. The educational system in Nigeria is simply a reflection of our choices. And we do not have the power to determine our consequences, because while we have the power to make our choices, we do not have the power to determine what our consequences are. So our choices reflect what we are passing through. So if peradventure I have the opportunity to be at that place, there are specific things we have to look at. First is awareness. Being aware, what are your challenges? What are your limitations? And from there, how can we now make up? And being exposed or studying different countries' educational system, you see that part of the things that hinder us is that many of us, or from educators to those in the parastatals, they have not taken ownership. When people begin to take ownership of this education, okay, you will see that it redefines everything for us. For instance, in the Finnish school, the Martina winners that traveled, from the feedback they shared on their platforms, it was that in Finnish schools, they don't have external supervisors. They don't even have supervision going on. Why? Because teachers take ownership. They truly know, as in they fully understand the curriculum, what a child should learn at a time the child should learn it, and they teach it well, and they still cover their curriculum. So there's that thing of trust. Nobody is monitoring you, but you are doing the right thing. And just like my boss will say, culture is what you do when nobody is looking at you. But not like us in the Nigerian system, where it's pretense all along and people are not even getting it right because we don't own it. So the mindset there needs to be a shift in that mindset. So what we need, who we need, these are things we have to go through to look at. I was privileged to go through the educational policy, and I'll tell you, we tried. Even our curriculum, for instance, is good. The only problem is that the people who are teaching it are not teaching it to impact the right values, the right skills, the right attitude. They're just teaching a subject for the students to pass that particular topic or pass the subject. And that is not the goal of learning. Learning has only taken place when students can actually apply these things. It should be that at each point you're teaching a topic, what is the rationale behind the objectives? The objectives you have planned, are they in line taxonomy? Observe that there are some, I think one of the speakers said today that the first verb, or in a school, they have the first verb said all the learners should be able to achieve this. Most of the learners, then some of the learners. It still comes in with those Bloom taxonomy, where you have the high flyers, the low bloomers, and the rest of them. So being able to structure the curriculum in such way. And then when we also asking questions, we shouldn't, why we also have this examination malpractice is that even the educators or those who set the questions are just setting questions for students to pass a topic. But when you begin to set application questions, how will you get the expo? Like how? Do you get? because that thing they will ask you to define, that's the difference between our curriculum and all these British and American curriculum. They will define it for you. 1 + 1 is 2. They will not ask you the question they want to ask you. So if you don't know it, you don't know it. So being able to rework, I mean, the curriculum is good, is rich, but now restructuring it to take up the right verbs, okay, having the right educators with the right mindset to also take it up is part of the things we need. Talk about capacity building for the teachers. Most times, teachers don't even want to grow. They want to be where they are. They want to be selling granuts in the classroom. And how can we have those people still be in the classroom? Some people one of the speakers said some fell into education. Please, we don't want people who are falling into it. We want people who would grow. It's their passion. They are growing into it. Okay. And that's why it's a noble profession. And it should be the first profession. So if the government can place that respect, that honor, and that's why I like government, Lagos State government, for instance, they have been able to give that honor to their teachers, you know, setting up competitions, also having platforms for capacity building. So if others can join in to also do this, it goes a long way to redefine the teachers, the profession, and people will come to see it in a different light. Now, the policies we have in place, it's just that we also need to make some tweaks. For instance, you are seeing countries that have all these, the things that are prevalent now. We're talking about moving from maybe developing nation to being developed. Those policies that have to improve sustainability in education, do we even have it? Those people there, do they know about it? Now, if you have someone who is aware, for instance, like in Enugu now, you have a commissioner who is strongly interested in these SDGs. And that's why he's bringing in the smart school with the governor. So if we have people who will key into these things, you will now see that it will go beyond just passing exam. The policies will begin to reflect truly what we have. Also talk about infrastructure. It's also part of our problem. Yes, you as a teacher, you have tried, you have the right value or whatever, and then you get that job and you are in a government school. But the school you're in, there's no roof safe over you. You're under the tree to teach. So the government would also need to come in, institutional practices, build the structure that we need. Because do we have the money? We have the money. And we must also realize that education is the bedrock. If we have to achieve each of these SDGs, if you observe or listen to the United Nations, when they talk about this education for sustainable development, it's education that would, SDG 4, that will help us achieve the others. And how do you do it if the educators and then the educational system and curriculum is not well built? Okay, now I would also say parents, because most times we talk about these things and we forget parents. And that is one thing I'll appreciate my school for. I've come to know that parents are first educators of their children. We can't take them out in this journey. So they must be part of their growth, their learning processes. And they should also journey together with them, not just to send their kids to boarding school and then leave them. They are picking different values, mixed priorities. You don't even know who your child is. You don't even know what the right talent the child should pick. Oh, because all of us in the family, we are doctors. Go and be a doctor. And then that person will go and be a suicide mission in the hospital. So being able to redefine this, I really say yes, 360 turnaround for these various aspects, for the curriculum, looking at the policies, readjusting it to incorporate the trends now. Okay, looking at the infrastructure, having the adequate infrastructure, capacity building for the teachers, and getting the parents involved really go a long way to help. I'd just like to add to what CJ was saying. When I was looking at that, the Nigerian policy for education, they talked about but it was limited more to, I think, primary school and nursery. that we have the freedom to teach in our native language. So what he was saying is right. But I also get where you're coming from, Vivi, that because of our nature, we have different multiple languages. So it may be difficult for someone who would travel to a certain place. So maybe for such people, that is where the way we have English as our lingua franca, if you now move to a new place, you can use English to learn. But really, I was having a conversation with someone the other day, and she was saying something that they want to write a textbook in Igbo for physics. I'm like, wow, that's good. So you will see that people would learn better because they would understand those things in their own language. And we can't take away who we are. No matter how much we want to embrace the white men and their culture or whatever, we can't take away who we are. And the time we start to uphold who we are and where we come from, the earlier and better for us. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Melvina, for that input. We appreciate that. But then I just want to still say one thing, is about this language stuff. Yes, so it's a very good one, but still, even at this our stage, some of us, like for Igbo, some of us don't know how to read Igbo language. Some of us don't know how to read it. I'm not saying I don't know how to read Igbo
Is it not our parents' fault?
How is it our parents' fault? Fine, not part of it. Well, part of it, yes.
It's not part of
but
our education now, so it's not something we could have known that we needed to do. It wasn't part of our education. Yeah.
In fact,
It was part of
Ijoma
our
that is
education.
talking, you know that Ijoma has a circle. Ijoma has a circle where she teaches Igbo for the younger ones. So
Sweetheart,
yes,
I don't have a circle where I teach Igbo. So I'm trying to learn Igbo, and I desperately wanted the people in my house to know Igbo. So I
So
do a
what's
lot
that
of
thing you are
research.
doing on social media? What's it called
I
now?
make videos. I translate
All I know is
English
that
stories.
it's still a circle where
Eh,
you tell stories
okay.
in Igbo, right?
Okay.
It's a good one. We know that, yes, we need to sustain our languages, but by the time, for me, anyway, this is my own opinion because I've thought about it, just like I'm saying Ijoma is doing this because she's a close friend and I know how she's passionate about this, Igbo language thing. I'm using Igbo. It must not be only Igbo. We have Yoruba. We have a lot. In fact, we have over 500, as we are told. I don't even know we have over 500. I can't even count the whole languages up to 500. I'll be up to 10, not to talk of 500. So I begin to ask myself, okay, I just gave Chijioke this example because I've thought about it before. It's not like it's just an example that just came immediately. Yes, it will be it will be fantastic. Like I said, they are doing it in Spain. Their language is powerful for them. It's very powerful. Yes, the English is there for people that have learned it, yes, but they speak that Spanish. You understand? They don't want to lose it. It's their culture. It's very good. But I now begin to wonder, okay, if only we actually, in fact, I learned that, Spain is like, the whole of Spain is just like our Lagos, maybe plus Ibadan. So you can imagine, So Nigeria is very big. Our population is very big. But then it's not just because of that. Imagine, let's use China for a case study. China is actually big, okay? But they are maintaining a language. So if we actually have that one language, I believe that this would have been very easy for all of us, you gave a solution that, okay, even if they travel, that yes, they will now use that English. But that still means that the English, is actually what has to be there, for the teaching. Me, of course, I'm not saying that, we shouldn't, maintain this our language. I so much love Igbo. I so much love Yoruba, how they even speak. Yorubas are the ones that speak it like, I'll just be like, wow, these people, they are even when they travel out, they still speak it continuously for their children. I know some Igbos do it, but Yorubas, they are consistent in it. It's a very good word so that our culture doesn't die. But then, each time I begin to ask myself,
is it that we're even that tribe that, you know, God got angry, you know, that was building that tower to go and see God, and then he now scattered all of us with different languages? I was thinking if it was Nigeria that did that thing happened to, you know, it is a joke, but honestly, I've thought about it, you know.
Yeah, but we were
Because
colonized now. It's not us that put ourselves together. We were not together before.
good.
No, but it's true. Everybody was in their province and everybody was doing their thing before the Shaka came and scattered everything. So that was
Yes,
not our
Ijoma,
choice.
but the geographical location
Yes.
has the highest concentration of diverse languages.
And I'm not taking that
In
away. I'm just
Ghana, for instance, look at other African countries.
Yeah.
I think max maybe 100 or even less.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's any other African country that has up to 100, you
Yeah.
know, in that geographical region.
The space.
Yes, in that space.
The space.
So it's true what Vivian is saying. I've also had that line of thought before, that could it be around here that around in that geographical space that, you know, the Tower of Babel, what's it called now? That was built.
Yeah, they were built. It's just a thought, you know.
Yeah.
It's just a thought,
That
but then
geographical space with that number of
we don't have any
languages,
proof.
it's
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah.
So, of course, because if you look at it, imagine we had one language, let's just say it's even maybe Hausa, that everybody, you know, speaks Hausa. Of course, it will be very easy for us, you know, or even let's say two self.
No,
Let's say
I don't think that will work. I think the pidgin is what we should be looking at and developing. And do you know that in some Western countries, some Caucasians have started learning pidgin? Do you know that they are foreigners, Westerners? When I say Western, I mean you know, Caucasians that are in Nigeria learning our languages, and particularly learning the pidgin language. Okay, there's BBC Pidgin and also BBC in other Nigerian languages. So maybe that pidgin can be the you know, the call, what we are going to use to develop, you know, learning.
Meanwhile, you people's Tower of Babylon must have been in Papua New Guinea. They have 840 languages.
Yeah, that's serious.
Papua New Guinea. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So
Ah.
they beat Nigeria to it.
Yeah.
It must
Wow.
be somewhere in Africa then.
Okay. So, well, thank you everyone for their contribution. Ijoma, you didn't say anything about if you have the power, what you're gonna
Okay,
do.
if I had the power, it's just a small thing because you guys have said everything. Some may have even said what I said because I was locked out for a long time. It would be, you know, that indoctrination that other countries have or give their children. It may be negative or positive, but it's still what accumulates to the citizenship that they feel. You know how in the UK, the children believe that they are the best in the world. Like, I remember being in a classroom where they were learning so imagine being in a classroom, right? So that day they wanted to write persuasive text, right? And you're supposed to persuade someone to go to a country or not visit a country for a holiday. And so the teacher comes. I was working with a special needs child in a classroom. So the teacher comes and says, okay, this text, put the example, Australia. Oh, Australia is beautiful, da, 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 da. However, you can wake up and find snake in your backyard, right? So it was time for children to take over and write their own. So they were asked to choose countries, right? Unfortunately, the computers were not working that day, or maybe another class was using them. So the teacher encouraged the children just to write off whatever stereotype, whatever. And you could see that inherent privileged superiority in the children. You know, one said, oh, don't go to Jamaica. Someone will stab you, kill you, break your head. This one said, oh, don't go to Kenya. They will I said, sorry, who told you people? Have you been to Jamaica? No. Have you been? okay, you just feel like this is the only place where people are civil. That indoctrination that makes people walk on the road, and when they get to ATM, they will queue. So apart from academics, what I would like to see in education, when the time will come when we're having those kind of policies in our own educational system, is that as a human being, the things you should do in a society, peeing on the road, walking, those are the kind of things I would like to see in the curriculum, away from academics, that make you feel like you belong. That when you go somewhere, you know that all of us here, we're Nigerians, and all of us have sense, and we are not mad. So that's what I would like to see.
Okay, thank you so much. I know you. Yeah, okay, I understand. I know that Ijoma, I think the little time I've spent with you, yeah, I think I noticed that in you. You've started practicing it, even before I know you, because you do it unconsciously self. It's a good one. We thank God for that. Yes, you do it, because I've seen you sometimes. Self, I might be in your car. Maybe we're driving. Self, you will if it's possible, you will even stop and go and remove something from the road or whatever. So okay, I hope all of us we are all learning, and I hope as we've started, like I said when Chijioke spoke, we've actually started trying to voice it out. It means that it's in our head. We've thought about it. It's just that at the right moment, everything will align. Thank you, everyone. So for me, in the next slide, I'll be very fast. I'm rounding up. It's just remaining 2 more slides. So for me, I thought about this, and I was asking myself, if I'm given the power, I'm going to bring in counseling. We don't have it. We don't have it in our country, or we have it is dominant, is not active. Counseling is very important in education, but it's not happening, We don't have it. And I will try to let teachers understand, just like somebody talked about it. In fact, I think we've been emphasizing on all this, whether it's in the federal level, whether it's individual, when it comes to academic excellency, what is it? It is not just the scores, it's not that grading. It's not scores that, hey, my child, somebody just, Melvina just mentioned it. You just said the exam so that the child can pass it, the scores. No. We need to understand what education is about, the long life learning, and then recycling is very important. I would like children to understand it. Even some parents don't understand the power of recycling. Somebody talked about, I can't remember who said it, about you have to exchange something, in order to get the other thing. It happens here, Recycling is very important. In fact, here they take it, I don't know, they take it as one big stuff like that. Everything can be recycled. Even in your home, as you are trashing bin, you have a bin where you can trash other things, because you can't put all of them together. If they catch you, you're in trouble, You have to, like here now, you have a place, I have a place where I put like the rubbers, the plastic and all that, then the normal trash bin, In fact, to this extent, they also provide places you put all the cartons and all that. You get? So I'm just thinking, it's called sorting. I can remember in nursery section that time, we used to sort, children will sort things out. So it starts from the family recycling. You help your children to sort out things. Okay, we have children even, in fact, it helps in their thinking. It helps them even innovate things from their head, because they know that, oh, I'm not supposed to put this thing here. No, it's supposed to be in this trash bin, So we're even teaching from home, Then I'm going to bring in stories. Yes. Stories are very important. I can remember the stories we were told when we were small. I can still remember it, and the imagination I was creating that time that has actually developed into other, bigger imaginations. In fact, we look forward to stories from grandma. Of course, it must not be the stories of the tortoise nowadays from grandma, but still it helps. I can remember Ijoma. I told you people, Ijoma has a platform where she teaches, or rather she tells stories about in Igbo. She talks about these stories, about the animals, about the this, you understand? Sometimes I'll just go and see, has Ijoma dropped anything new? So that I can listen to the story, because it refreshes my memory. It does a wonderful relaxation for me, and also imagination, and then I begin to wonder, our Gen Z children, our this, Those story time that we look forward for daddy to take us to the village because grandma is going to teach us this. Grandma is going to tell us stories about how tortoise is so, is such a brilliant animal. Hey, so can I think like tortoise? That kind of a thing. I'm going to make sure that stories are in the curriculum, that people and teachers will understand the importance of storytelling. It shouldn't wipe out. And still, that storytelling, by the time you trace it back, it's taking us to history. History is very important, but I don't know if history is even dying in our curriculum. I don't understand. Then I talked about, I will look into curriculum and extracurriculars. It's very important, extracurriculum. It's so important. In fact, Mevina was saying, and she was saying our curriculum is good, our educational policy of Nigeria is okay, but it needs this and that, as in twisting and all that. Honestly, I feel that that curriculum, I've seen it. I've seen the educational policy, and of course, the curriculum I've seen, I don't know, the Nigerian curriculum I've seen, when I headed a school, honestly speaking, it's too, I don't know, it's too filled with define this, define that. Yes, I might say that the science part or the biology part or the, what's it called, all this, that aspect of trying to relate to life. Yes, I can say they have one or two practicals, but those practicals, do we even have, okay, let's take it to the state schools. Do they have those what's it called, instruments for these children to practicalize on? They don't have it. So why put it there when they cannot have it? It will end up in define this and define that. We need more. We need these things to be into practice, just like Chijoke mentioned. We have, and I wrote it here, practicals and projects. The first speaker of today kept on talking about these project stuffs. Our curriculum, we need people that are well educated, especially in the field of educational matters, to sit down, to pre-plan our curriculum. It needs help. Even some parents will tell you they don't need all this extra curriculum. That is waste of the money they have paid. They can take their children to this and take their children to that, or play with their children in their house. Who told you that children, do you know the effect of learning when a child is relating to another child, especially the age bracket? So for me, these were the things, and many more all of you have contributed on. People talked about quality of teachers and practical education, appointments, appointing the right person to head this educational sector for us, and somebody talked about even capacity building. That's also teacher quality. Okay. Ijoma talked about that, the sense, we having this sense of, oh, my country, It's just like most of the children, they won't even boast. The ones that have left, they don't even want to come back. No, it's so pathetic, And somebody talked about languages. Yes, languages too is important because we don't want to lose our culture. I guess that language, we should take it serious in teaching languages in classes. Yes. In school, and even this language should start, it's more effective when it starts from the home. Okay, I can remember when my father called one of our relatives abroad, and then the children were saying no in Igbo. She was saying no, meaning no means pigeon, right? No, the child was saying no. My father said, call your dad for me. And my father was not happy. That one just told that, what is that? You mean at this age, you want this child not to pronounce Igbo very well, So he made it that, okay, the children goes out, learn whatever you want but when you come in, we are speaking Igbo. And that helped him a lot, because that's their Igbo family. And I believe that Yorubas they don't joke with this. Even in that, if you see supermarkets, you will see them shouting. Immediately you are looking, oh, it's a Yoruba family. They are speaking it. They don't care. They're speaking it out for their children. God will help us. All right. Like I said, all this, my topic is around sustainability in education, a means for consistent and standard educational growth. And what are these practices that can give us this educational growth? that can give us this sustainability, this consistency in education. I said that we need high quality teaching standards, rigorous curriculum. In fact, a curriculum has a lot to do with this, trying to change our educational system. I said continuous professional development for educators in individualized learning. Oh, our second speaker was on this, employment of qualified licensed teachers. Somebody told us, it was still the individualized learning speaker that said, you fall into the education. And today, Melvina said, we don't need the people that just fall into our educational system. Yes, we don't need it. We actually need qualified licensed teachers. Yes, you are qualified. We love it. But it's just a step, just a step to get this to be licensed, And then I can remember there was a time I heard a news, what the teacher did, in one country, I can't remember actually, but then they seized the teacher's license, meaning that the government seized the teacher's license, meaning that this teacher cannot practice anymore. Because actually from what they said, by the time they judged what she did and everything, they found out that she's not qualified anymore. She's a qualified teacher before, but because of that single act she did, she was disqualified from that field, So actually we need this thing so that we teachers too will be very careful, okay, if I do this, my license, that if something is taken away from you, if you know that you're gonna do something, I think some of us will even be more, more enthusiastic, more maybe more yielding, or more productive. Okay, yeah. I think also the policymakers should look into this because it's gonna help. And then I went further to talk about assessing students regularly, okay, on their progress, engaging parents and in community involvement, providing a safe and supportive learning environment. Chijioke talked about this. In fact, this was like a summary of everything we talked about today. Offering extracurricular activities and enriching programs. Differentiated instructions, incorporation of technology in education. All of us mentioned this. Collaboration learning is very important. Emphasis on critical thinking. Imagine this critical thinking started this afternoon. Everybody was talking about this critical thinking. So we all know that it's very important. So why is it not even happening? Why are we not focusing on this in every aspect of our teaching? Promoting creativity and innovation, building a strong foundation in literacy and numeracy, developing social and emotional skills. So we are still talking about skills, because just like we said, if we just gather the knowledge and it's just dominant, we are not putting it into practice. It's just theoretical knowledge we have not utilized it. Teaching real world skills and applications. Integrating cultural diversity. I know that our tomorrow's speaker is going to talk more on this cultural diversity and global awareness into the curriculum. Fostering a growth mindset among students and staff. Supporting student mental health. The doctor on Friday, a doctor helped us to talk more on this about students' mental health and well-being. The doctor did justice to this. You get. There are so many things we neglect, but we don't know how heavy it is, on the children's mental health, especially in our country where we don't even, take mental health as a big stuff. I could remember when I was in school, I really lost it that period, and I went to tell them that my mental health is being affected. I need some break. Honestly speaking, the management did not understand what I'm talking about, like seriously. But when I now called them, told them that I need to see my doctor, I will not be in school. That was when they said, okay, no problem. You can imagine. So with my eye problem, I'm going to see a doctor. That was okay. But mental health was not considered. You see, we have a big problem. And really, really, during that period, my mental health was really going up and down because I was thinking a lot. We were told in a meeting to list whatever problem that in the school. Trust me being so vocal, I listed the things that is happening that I don't like, and then it was used against me. The next time when I said my mental health is having issues, I need to take a break. They did not understand that part. I came back another day. I said my eyes, I'm going to see a medical doctor. And I brought a doctor's whatever for them. And that was when they accepted. Imagine. You see? So even the management system, they didn't understand how important mental health is. We had a meeting. You told me to list what it is that I don't like. And all of us, in fact, some people did not list though. They said is pushing the school way forward. I listed the things that are happening that should be corrected. And I stood up and read all of them. And I was victimized. And then I came to take permission because of my mental health. And I wasn't given that. The next day I came for my eyes and I was given that with a doctor's permit. Well, ensuring equitable access to education for all students, is this really happening? Okay, so all this, I believe, will help us, to sustain practices for our educational growth, for a consistent and standard educational growth. And also, in addition, with all the ones we talked about that we will do, by God's grace, if power shifts to us, we don't know tomorrow. And who knows, maybe maybe one of us or two of us or three persons or even all of us here tomorrow might have this power indeed. We can't tell. May we also remember today. The next slide, I'm saying, thank you everyone for listening. We are actually the voice of the teachers. Thank you. So do we have any questions or comments or any addition?
This is out of this world. It's very thought-provoking, very engaging, very insightful. Thank you so much, Vivi. I really enjoyed the session. I was feeling bad I missed some part of it because my phone went down, but from the point I joined, it was quite engaging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Vivian.
Thank you for thanking me. I appreciate. Okay, I guess we'll call it a day today. By God's grace, I pray that all of us will be here tomorrow to also listen to the speakers for tomorrow and what they have for us. And one of us is actually here. That's another vibrator.
Yes, so Oyebola, I can't miss it.
And only Adebola, we have another one, though she's now a soft speaker. Before, when I knew her, she wasn't. I don't know how she developed that stuff.
VIJ.
Yes, so why are you Melvina? Okay.
I'm coming tomorrow with my popcorn.
All right. So may we meet all of us tomorrow to listen to what they have for us tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the viewers. Some have even registered, some subscribed on YouTube with us. Thank you, everyone, also viewing us from the YouTube. We are happy to do this. We are happy that you were with us. So we call it a day for today. And let's meet tomorrow, same time, 5 p.m. West African time. Thank you, everyone.
All right, good night.
All right, good night.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Bye. Bye,
Bye.
everyone.